Hey Anish, how are you?
Hello, Pedro. Hi.
Are we still? Let me just put the camera on. I'm always forgetting the camera.
Okay. My laptop's camera is not very good, so I've ordered a new camera. It should arrive by tomorrow.
It's me who is going to give the class, so I guess it's not so important.
No, not for today, but in general, just to do more podcasts and so on. I want to do podcasts and YouTube, interviews and so on.
Let me prepare the presentation.
So you have a lot of books behind you.
Yeah, they are most from my father. He reads a lot. I don't read so much.
Yeah, now I am mostly reading digital books.
Hi, Adrian.
Hi, Adrian.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I think her mic is muted. So we had a little break from from the course, from the session. I hope everyone got some time
Yeah.
to relax a bit. But hi, Florbella.
Olá, todo mundo.
Hello, guys. Hello to everyone. How are you?
Hello.
Hello, Nuno. Good to see you.
Boa noite.
Olá, boa tarde.
Olá, Pedro.
Good tarde.
Boa tarde a todos.
How was the fortnight break from the course?
You're talking with?
I was telling how was the little break we had last weekend? We had a break. We didn't
Okay,
have the
okay,
course.
okay.
Was it?
So,
Great.
Yeah, it was okay. It was okay. Okay, we miss you. I miss you guys. So that's it.
Me too. Me too. But anyways, tomorrow we'll have a nice time together. And Ricardo Pacheco is there. Great. Hi. Hi, Pedro.
Hi, Anish. Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Hello.
Qatar. You are in Qatar, right?
Hi, yes. How are you? Hello, everyone. In Doha.
Hello, Qatar.
How's it been? A lot of changes in Portugal. The minister resigned, and I feel I'm still in Portugal. I didn't go.
Yeah, you're missing out on a lot of fun here.
Yeah.
It's a very dynamic country.
I want to ask for tomorrow, is there going to be any video feed or is it only networking in person? What's the plan?
No, we will have a video feed. Yeah, we will have a video feed for you.
Great.
In fact, Ad Mario, he's not yet here. He's in charge of e-learning, so he's actually trying to get a proper camera to, because we'll have like a group discussion. So he'll try to get a feed running up. But then in the afternoon tomorrow, we will have the presentations, and I just wanted to share some guidelines. So what we had, because we are quite a few of us, and in order to have more time, we have just put like 3 minutes of discussion, so that like three key points. Why? Well, we had three key questions. What was why, how, and what? Probably you can just refer to the guidelines there. But the idea is that in 3 minutes, that if we can get what is the problem that you're trying to solve, uh, how you're going to solve it, and then After the 3 minutes, we will have some room for or some time for discussion. So if you have put other slides with other elements of business models and so on, we can have that after you present. But this way we can ensure that everyone gets time to present. And then later after the session, if you are really very eager to take your project forward, we can schedule meetings to brainstorm together and help you take your projects forward.
Great. I see Florabella, we cannot hear you, sorry.
Anish, let me ask, me and Ademario made together the project, and then
Okay.
it's because it's just 3 minutes of a presentation. We did a PowerPoint, but now I
Okay.
think if it's good to share to a presentation, or it's good just choose me or him to presentation the slide now because the short time.
So your question is it good to do it with the PowerPoint or without the PowerPoint? Is
Now
that your
we're
question?
going to do the PowerPoint.
Okay.
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 So my doubt is, I did the project together at Ademario.
Yes.
Yeah, we discussed it because we are at the university, so we met and discussed
Sure.
something. So, but
Sure.
to do the presentation, so it's
Yes.
better me or him to do instead
okay.
of
It's
to
up to
share
you.
because the time, because it's just
It's
3
up to
minutes.
you can either divide half or you can have one person do. So once you do the 3 minutes, in the 3 minutes, what we want is basically the pitch. What is the problem and what is the solution
Yeah.
you want to solve? Then we will have a session where us and also our classmates, we can put questions to you to know a little bit more details about it. So it's up to you if the dynamic works that one of you want to present. That's also fine if you want to split it halfway. So you just speak with your with Admario and decide by yourself which works better for you.
And other question, but tomorrow we will meet at 11 p.m., not...
No, tomorrow we'll meet at 10. We will have a sort of a feedback session at 10 o'clock. So the
it's
timing
still
is
at
the
10.
same as
Okay.
always.
Okay.
Yeah. And 11 we will start, our guests will come at 11.
Okay,
So
okay.
So we will have the group discussions with our three, and all of you know who the three startups are. We have shared those names. So if you get time, you can Google those startups and see what they do, because then maybe you might have some questions related to their business. So we have WorldCoin, CrowdClass, and we have another company which is related to the mining, the Bitcoin mining space. So yeah. If any other doubts regarding tomorrow?
No. 3 minutes.
Anish, I only have one question. In principle,
Yes.
the pitch presentation will occur after the lunch break, correct?
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. Great. So if we don't have any other questions, any other doubts, I would then invite Pedro Ferreira. But before that, I just want to give Pedro, just 1 second. I just want to give a context to today's session.
Sure.
So today's session, we have decided to do 2 things in today's session. First was what was scheduled was the concept of decentralized autonomous organizations. And so we will cover that. And the second thing is, from the last class, we realized that Pedro had a lot of practical activities to show how MetaMask wallet is done, how new tokens are created, how DeFi is working. So, and because Pedro covered the theoretical part in a lot of detail, we thought that the second half of today's session, Pedro will use for the practical activities. So, so the first half, we will be talking about decentralized autonomous organization. But just before that, I just wanted to give a narrative. The concept of a DAO, or decentralized autonomous organization, is not something new that's just come into the world of crypto. We have talked about a lot of times that can we build organizations which don't have a clear hierarchical structure. Like you have a manager and then you have people reporting to each other. You don't have a clear organizational structure. And this has been tried out even by organizations like Google that have tried to be more flat. Of course, you have a CEO there, but you try to have a more of a flat structure. But then this all changed with the open source movement, where people started contributing voluntarily to the development of open software like Linux or any of the open source softwares where the code is publicly available. So that meant you have a sort of a self-organizing principle where contributors just come in, contribute, and leave. And this was actually led to the development of many successful softwares today. For instance, all of the servers running on MySQL, running on Linux, running on even software coding languages like PHP. A lot of these and many others are created by open source movement. Now, Bitcoin itself, which was the first blockchain, also started with as an open source movement. But what was really missing out in the whole open source movement was the organization was flat. I mean, organization was actually, there was no central command and control center, but there was no way to incentivize the participants. There was no way that you could actually give salaries to people. And there was no way that you had any kind of a formal governance structure where people could actually vote or know who's responsible for what. And that's why when the Ethereum project developed, since then the concept of the DAO actually was proposed first. And it took a long time before the DAO actually came about. And now what we see is many of the blockchain projects have communities where, because they have tokens, they can now pay the developers in those tokens, and they have mechanisms with which voting can function. And Pedro is going to give you the deep dive into that, because we are very fortunate that Pedro himself is a member of many of the DAOs, and many of the projects that we talked about, like Uniswap or Aave protocol, all of them function in the format of a DAO. So it's a decentralized organization. Now the debate, of course, is how decentralized really it is, because you always have the promoters or the project initiators controlling it. So I just give you a brief gist summary, but now over to you, Pedro. We are very keen for today's session.
Okay, so I'll start by sharing my presentation. Please let me know if you see it. When you see it, it's a little bit complicated to see.
It's okay.
Yeah, we are seeing your screen.
Okay.
Just put, yeah, perfect.
Okay. Okay. Decentralized autonomous organizations. Okay. Today, what we are going to discuss is not only what are decentralized autonomous organizations, but what is the purpose? What is the why? What is the fundamental reason why we need decentralized autonomous organizations? Why don't we have just companies building some organizations that then create value on the chain? Why do we need the value to be settled on chain? Why do we need some kind of organization inside the chain and then that creates value to outside the chain? Today we are going to see that. We are going to see some forms of organization. We are going to see how to divide the work. We are going to see how developers are paid, how we organize all these organizations, because you need to imagine that these organizations does not have a hierarchy. Does not have, like in companies, don't have a CEO calling the shots. So who is in charge of deciding what product are we going to build? What purpose are we trying to build? Which sector we are going to focus? That is highly complicated in certain types of DAOs, and mostly it's a huge confusion in the start, and most of the DAOs disappear after just a few months because there is no accountability. There is no one pressing for something to be done. And then people, of course, just they talk a lot, but when it's time to build something, yeah, not so much, not so many people appear. So as I was saying, today we are going to see what are DAOs, key features of DAOs, why do we need DAOs, DAOs versus centralized organizations, companies, for example, charity organizations that most people know, what is a treasury fund, and why it's important for a DAO, how to organize an inorganic structure to create value, because DAOs are inorganic structures. I didn't focus yet on what are DAOs, but you are going to see that DAOs are mainly inorganic organizations that want to be an organization. And we need to basically organize that in order to create value, which is the most complicated thing to do. In a company is already difficult. Imagine in a flat organization, as Anish was saying. So what are DAOs? DAOs, you can read all these definition that are blockchain-based communities that are designed to bring a new, more democratic management structure to business and other collaborative projects in Web3. But basically, imagine that you are trying to build projects on chain. You are trying to build, for example, an exchange. You are trying to create value. You are trying to provide value to the users of the network by building a project. And you want to collaborate with many people of all around the world, and you want to contribute with that people to the creation of that project. But you need to remember the fundamentals of blockchain. That is as anonymity, which means that you may not know who are the other persons you are collaborating with. It means that the other people might be a malicious actor, but they also want to contribute, and their contribution is valid until certain point. And you need to arrange all that contributions in order to create value. And you need to organize all that structure to the production of value. For example, when Bitcoin was created, we can call it a DAO, for example, because they were trying to build a blockchain. It started with just one person, which not very decentralized, but then it expanded to a lot of people contributing for a good end. That is the production of Bitcoin. That is the production and the creation and the continuous work of the Bitcoin blockchain. And that is why we create DAOs. We create DAOs because we need a decentralized way that no governments can interfere to create value. And we can use that to business, we can use to non-profits, we can do this for investment schemes. Imagine, for example, that you want to invest in projects that are very innovative in the space, and you want to collaborate with other people because you don't have the full capital to invest in the project. You can, for example, collaborate with other people all around the world. You don't even need to know their names to just invest a portion. Each one invest a portion, and then you can invest in the project, and then the project returns the profits that you can reinvest or do something that you want with that money. That is one of the purpose of the DAOs. Why we need DAOs. We need DAOs because we want to collaborate in the blockchain space, and many times we don't know where are the people, who they are, but we still want to create value. It's still valid that we want to create value with these type of peoples. And for example, in many of the DAOs that I participate, I'm contributing with people of the United States, of Afghanistan, of Iraq, of Syria, of Australia, and we all do some portion of work that in the end is going to contribute to a larger project, and then the value is created, and then, of course, we get rewarded as a group for the production of that value with, for example, the fees of the platform, etc. This is why we need DAOs. This is what are DAOs. Are organizations that technically are inorganic because there is no structure, but we can organize in a way the value in order to provide value to the network. And all this value, the difference, and we are going to see later on this session, the value is basically settled on the chain layer, on the value layer, because blockchains are a value layer. When you settle something on chain, you are settling that information on chain, and at the same time you are saying that is valuable because I'm paying a price to insert that information on the blockchain. So when you create this value and you settle it on chain, it's because at least it's going to be some kind of measurable, and it's going to be valuable in terms for the development of the blockchain space, of the democratic systems, etc. And the reason why we call it democratic to these decentralized autonomous organizations is because there is every decision takes a voting, or almost every decision takes a voting. We are going to see that it's not like that, but imagine if you participate in companies, if you are a worker or if you want some companies, you know that you need to take a lot of decisions every day. Now we are going to see how can we create a system where every change needs a voting. It's a huge complex and very slow process, and we need to create schemes, we need to create structures inside the DAOs in order for each change doesn't require a voting, which is the main problem. So what is the innovation introduced by the DAOs, by the decentralized autonomous organizations? Basically, organizations we have since the beginnings of the civilizations. So that is not something new. Autonomous, we have companies that are autonomous for, and we have autonomous organizations also since the beginning of civilizations. The consensus that were made, or already organizations that were autonomous had a capacity of decision. And we decentralize the innovation is what it comes with the decentralized autonomous organizations. Why? Because the innovation is here because everything is settled on chain. It's transparent. You can see all the decisions, who voted for what. It's a little bit a communist way of voting, but it's a transparent way of voting because anyone can know who voted for what, and anyone can know who is going who is following some incentives to vote in that decision. And we can understand why they are voting that way, and basically we can understand why the DAO is evolving like that, or is evolving or deciding another path. So basically the decentralization and all the features from the blockchain is what is included in these autonomous organizations, basically. So what are the key factors of DAOs? What is the representation of themselves to the world? So basically they are virtual. So there is no value that is measurable off chain. You can create DAOs to create value off chain. For example, if you have a charity DAO that, for example, gives food for homeless people, etc., and you organize a DAO to basically get those funds to basically spread the charity events, but it's virtual because all the decisions are settled on the blockchain, which means that if you eliminate and the blockchain disappear, there is no registry that the DAO in fact exists and the decisions of the DAO exist and what were the decisions. So basically you stop to have a layer where it's decided and the decisions are made. It's transparent, as I said before, because you can see all the people that voted for one one decision, for one change of the DAO. For example, imagine that you are deciding if you are going to invest in some project. It's transparent because you can know every person that voted in favor and every person that voted against, and you can discuss with that people after the voting, of course. Of course, that you cannot blame them. Well, you can, but it's not very democratic to do. And it's democratic because there is consensus mechanisms where everyone can participate. It's basically, remember when blockchains, we said that they are permissionless, and DeFi, it is permissionless. DAOs are also have the same characteristics. They are also permissionless, and that means that everyone in the world, even they are banned by sanctions, the country is banned by sanctions, they can participate in the DAO. If they have some value to add to the DAO, they can participate and they can vote. There is a lot of structures that we are going to see on how to vote on these autonomous organizations, but basically it's democratic because everyone can make a decision, everyone can contribute to the creation of value, basically. Remember, the key point, the key objective, the key target of the DAOs is the creation of value. And we are trying to do that in a non-inorganic way, in addition, in a decentralized way. which means that it's complicated because many times you don't know who the other people are and where they are. And it is autonomous because it can implement the decisions without intermediaries. And what is decision? When you are taking a decision in a company and the shareholders say to the administrators or to the CEO to take a decision, the administrators and the CEO can decide, okay, we are not going to implement that, and we are going to do something very different. And the actions that they do in the company is very different from what the shareholders told the administrators and the CEO to do. Well, you can say that the shareholders then can fire the CEO and the administrators. But basically, in theory, there is a human error that can happen. There can be a human manipulation of the decision. With autonomous organizations, that does not happen or tends to not happen. It depends on the way that the DAO is structured, but it tends not to happen because when you take a decision, imagine that you are voting yes or no. If your decision is for yes to invest in a project, when the voting ends, that funds are directly sent to the project. That means that there is no one that can influence on that decision. And it is autonomous by that purpose because it's automatic. When you take a decision, that decision is always put in execution, is always going to be executed in some way. Of course, it depends in the level of decentralization of DAOs, but the purpose and the fundamentals are these, basically. If you have some doubts, if you have something that you think that I was not clear enough, please tell me and I will explain that.
So Florbella has raised her hand, Faber, you can speak out.
Yes, thank you. And if there is a technical error or mistake, how can you solve it?
That is one of the threats that I'm going to talk about. One of the threats of the DAOs is that if there is a technical error, which already happened many times, and we are going to see many attacks to the DAOs. We are going to see governance attacks. We are going to see briberies. We are going to see flash loans against government against DAOs. And that is something that can happen. That is the risk of the DAOs, technical errors. That you can say that does not happen, for example, in centralized organizations, but in centralized organizations you have a higher risk because it's a human risk. While in the decentralized autonomous organizations is an automatic risk, is a technical risk, which the probability of happening is lower. And you can implement some mechanisms in order to that technical errors to not happen so much, or at least be mitigated a lot in terms of what can happen. And it's good that you mentioned that, because the first DAO, or what we can consider DAO, because as Anish said, we already had some kind of structures that created value, but the first DAO, which called the DAO from Ethereum, it had a huge error that allowed to steal funds. And that error made the Ethereum blockchain to basically revert. They basically forked the network with the previous version without the hack. This caused a lot of panic in the blockchain guys, in the blockchain world enthusiasts, and people thought that it was the end of Ethereum. But it's one of the major chains in our days. Maybe it was a little bit of marketing too, but it was such a huge problem that they needed to fork the chain, because it was such an important organization that they needed to fork the blockchain. And if you remember the fundamentals, we don't want that. We don't want to fork the chain, because that means that there is a centralization that can influence on our decisions, and we don't want that. But yeah, if there is a technical error, is one of the risks of the DAOs. We can implement some measures to prevent that, but that is why we are going to talk about the factors of decentralization and the level of decentralization. Because imagine that technical error that you had in the Ethereum. If the blockchain and if the DAO was really decentralized, nobody could do anything. Basically, that value would be lost, and that is one of the risks of the blockchain. Is if one technical mistakes happen, and if it is truly decentralized, you cannot revert. And those are one of the big risks. And one of the major discussions in the space is that you cannot revert things. And it technically is, it's used to say that code is the law. And if the code says like something like should happen like this, then it should happen like this. And that will raise many questions, and you can discuss with Inez also about this, is if the code allowed people to steal the funds, it's considered stealing if the code allowed that or not. That is one of the questions that you may ask, because if the code had allowed it, you didn't do anything criminal, you just executed code. But in terms of ethical perspective, is still wrong, because you are technically stealing. But the code allowed that. That is one of the major discussions, and other discussions about this also happen. But as a I don't know if I was able to clarify the question. The fundamental and the simple question is that is one of the risks of the DAOs, basically. And when you are deciding in creating a DAO or a centralized organization, that is one of the things that you need to take in account. Probably, I think that we are going to evolve to a world where DAOs are going to collaborate a lot with centralized organizations, and you are not going to decide. But at this level, you still need to decide. But in the end, you are going to see that centralized organizations are just taking over DAOs, and basically DAOs will be a collaboration of institutional organizations that will organize the value, because it's very difficult to create value, and that is what is going to happen. But we are going to see it later down the session. So which factors decide, going back to the class, which factors decide the decentralized level of DAOs? Basically, you have billions of factors that can decide on the level of decentralization. But as we were discussing, the importance of the level of decentralization is a lot, because if you have some kind of centralization, that means that your decisions can be reverted and someone can take over the funds. Imagine that you have a DAO that have a lot of funds, and you have some kind of centralized system to deciding all the changes of the DAO. That means that centralized part of the organization can steal the funds. That centralized organization can do decisions that the majority of the DAO does not want. So the first element and the first principle that contributes to the decentralization level is the blockchain where the DAO decisions are settled. For example, imagine that you have the Bitcoin blockchain, you have the Ethereum blockchain, and the Binance Smart Chain blockchain. These are all different blockchains that you can decide to inscribe and settle your decisions of the DAO. If you decide to settle on the Bitcoin blockchain, it's going to be the most decentralized organization in terms of settlement layer, because Bitcoin is the most decentralized blockchain that exists currently. But if you decide on Ethereum, it's less decentralized than Bitcoin, but more decentralized than Binance Smart Chain. And because Binance Smart Chain has less nodes, Ethereum has less nodes than Bitcoin, but Ethereum has more nodes than Binance Smart Chain, which means that the settlement layer also allows the DAO to be more decentralized, which means that the probability of there is a 51% attack on the blockchain that can change the decisions that you settled in the past, the probability is lower. That is the first factor that allows us to know the decentralization level of a DAO. For example, imagine a DAO that is running on its blockchain, and that blockchain only has 5 or 6 nodes. It's not going to be decentralized, because the DAO is deciding the validation of the transactions. It's deciding the validation of everything that is settled, which means that can be changed in the future. The second thing that contributes to the decentralization to the level of decentralization of DAO is the number of participants. Imagine that you have a DAO with one participant. It's not going to be decentralized because that person decides everything. Imagine that you have 1 million members. Of course, it's going to be a lot of decentralized because that 1 million members are contributing to the value and deciding the value. It's the same thing that in the elections of the country. If you have a lot of people participating, it's going to be a lot more decentralized, and the decision is going to have a lot more impact than if you have a low number of participants. The third factor is the number of councils. What is the council? The council is basically the members. Imagine that you have those organizations, charity organizations that decide the application of funds. Normally, they have a council to decide which events are going to have funding, etc. The council is like that. When there is a decision, because the smart contracts were not ready at that point, when it's needed to make a decision, imagine that the DAO made a decision to allocate some funds in some company or on a charity event, you need a council to execute that, because probably the DAO was not very expertised in technology and did not program the smart contract. So you need a council to basically make that management, to make the management of the DAO. Imagine that you have a DAO with 1 million members, as we were considering, but the council has 3 people. Is it going to be decentralized? No, because 3 people can decide for all the DAO. The 3 people can basically steal all the funds. Remember, you probably don't know who these people are and where they are. So basically, you are creating value with these people that in this DAO that only has 3 members on the council. So it's not going to be decentralized because they can scheme something to steal the funds, which means that if you have a large organization, you are going to need also a large council to make the decisions, because I cannot reinforce more that the council should have a lot of members, because that is something that should happen even in small DAOs. Because when the decision of funds are in cause, when the decision of the creation value is at cause, the council needs to have at least a number of members that you can know and you can trust that if some part is malicious, they are not going to steal the funds. And I'm always reinforcing this because it's a huge problem. It's a huge problem, as we are going to see in the later on this session. And the fourth and the last that I have here, that is one of the most important, is the internal consensus mechanism. Imagine that you have a DAO that has an internal structure where you have a good council, you have a good number of participants, the blockchain that you are deciding and settling the decisions is the Ethereum blockchain, but the internal consensus mechanism says, okay, just 2 people can make the decisions. Of course, it's not going to be decentralized. You have a good council, you have a good number of participants, but if only two people can make the decisions, then it's not decentralized. You need also good internal consensus mechanisms, good ways of structuring the DAO in order to create value, and at the same time be decentralized. Basically, I like to say that decentralized organizations start centralized and evolve to decentralized. It's not something black and white. It's something gray, and it's a constant evolving process. Like blockchains, they start a lot centralized and they evolve. You have a question, Florel?
Yes, I have. I was just thinking, wanted to try find a place where to put something like this into the company. And there's a question regarding that. We are only talking about blockchain, or we can put any other technology on the top of this infrastructure, for instance, AI, to help to make a decision.
If you are going to base on AI, it's going to be a centralized way of deciding, because AI is basically a machine learning that basically takes into account a lot of information and that gives you what it thinks is the best outcome. The difference between blockchain and AI is that the blockchain allows you for decentralization, which in the company I don't know if it is what you want, or if you want a lot of people contributing to the decision of the company.
But
That
just
is
let,
the value.
let me give you an example. We have a project in our company that is like a bank of ideas to decide on which ideas. These ideas are created by the employees that then make a proposal and try to defend the ideas to implement the idea in the company. We could, for instance, I'm trying to imagine a DAO, a process,
Yeah.
decision regarding these ideas, and just then select 2 or 3 of them, and then to send the information to the board for them to make the decision on these 3 ideas, for instance. But once there are many variables that you need to analyze, such as costs and results on the top of that idea, we could, for instance, to put AI on the top of this infrastructure of blockchain. Imagine we have a DAO, and then you have AI in this DAO just to help to make the decision. It's the question. I don't know if I was clear.
Yeah, it's possible, and it's a great idea. If you have a DAO where everyone makes the decision, and then the AI, for example, gives points according with the costs, according the probability of execution correctly, etc. And basically, the AI gives an outcome of what is the best ideas, of what can be the best ideas, and then you have a DAO of the workers or the employees, etc., and the administrators voting for that ideas. And you can even put some voting is more important than other, etc. Yes, you can create that type of infrastructure, decentralized. You can have a blockchain for the decision process where it settled the decision, and everyone can see that the decision was made was that. And you can even protect the employees by protecting who voted in each decision. And you have AI allowing to give value in terms of considering what are the best ideas. Yes, you can complement that in terms of technical infrastructure. Yes, for sure.
Thank you.
No problem. So we are going to see there is an error. Different levels of decentralization. Well, as I was saying, this is not a black and white thing. There is a gray thing. As I like to say, it's always evolving. You start as centralized. Many times you start as a company or as a foundation. For example, the Ethereum Foundation is a foundation that is registered, I think, in Switzerland. I don't remember correctly, or in France. But they start as a company or as a foundation, which is very low decentralized, and then they evolve the process because they want the contributions of all around the world. For example, we are talking about the technical errors and the exploits that can exist, for example, in a protocol. And that can happen. But what was created in order to prevent this from happening? It was created a DAO where basically the protocols send funds, send grants, and say, okay, everyone that participates to the safety of this protocol, to the security of this protocol, receives a part of the grant, receives a part of the funding. So you have not only people that is expert in analyzing security doing that, but you have all the community that is interested that the protocol works correctly, contributing to that and being rewarded by giving that contributions. That is one of the purpose of the DAOs and how they create value. And that organization is centralized because you don't even know who they are, where they are, and they are contributing to the protection of the layer, to the protection of the protocol. And they are a lot of decentralized because the decisions then are made by a council of expert people in security, which means that you have a larger organization contributing to the creation of value that is protecting the protocols. And then you have the council made of experts deciding who receives a part of the rewards according with the submissions of the errors that they find. So DAOs versus CAOs, centralized organizations. The DAOs are normally not hierarchical. They are flat and normally democratic, which means that every decision requires a voting, or at least in theory, every decision requires a voting. While in centralized organizations, they are normally hierarchical, which means that they have a CEO, they have a board of administrators, they have some kind of organization that makes the decisions. And normally that decisions can, in the ultimate case, depend only in one person. For example, in small companies, that decision is probably going to depend only on one person or two people. So that is one of the difference of the DAOs. DAOs, everyone that has something at stake can vote, can do a democratic process can contribute in a democratic way to the end goal. While in the centralized autonomous organizations, they are normally hierarchical, and the decision depends only a few, and not very democratic. They are most autocratic, which is normal, it's of course. Votings in the decentralized autonomous organizations are implemented automatically. In the majority of times, or at least theoretically, it should be implemented automatically and without intermediaries. But on centralized autonomous organizations, that is subject to someone to implement that, toward the implementation, which means that can suffer of manipulations. Another difference of the decentralized autonomous organization is all the activity is public and transparent. You can see the decisions. We are going to see some examples where you can see who voted for what and what was the final decision. Well, in private companies, that is, of course, private information, is privileged information from the company and limited to the public, which we don't want because in the majority of times are an advantage against the competition, etc. And we don't want the competition to know our information. That is the difference between centralized autonomous organizations and decentralized autonomous organizations. And I can explain one of the problems that one of the DAOs had. There was a DAO that had a treasury fund, which we are going to see what it is, but basically is the funding of the DAO, where they had a lot of funds. And sometimes they need to diversify, they need to exchange, for example, dollar for euro. And they wanted to do that operation. But as it was a decentralized autonomous organization, they needed to vote it before. What happened? A malicious actor converted all the funds before the DAO, which made the DAO convert the funds to an asset which technically was in value lower than before, because the decision it was required the decision to be voted. So the malicious actor traded that asset, and then after the decentralized autonomous organization acquired that asset, the malicious actor sold that asset, which made him a huge profit, which caused basically the decentralized autonomous organization to decrease their portfolio. And when I say decrease their portfolio, the amount that they lost was around $200,000 in terms of assets. So you see one of the problems that is arising from here. It's basically governance attacks and decision attacks that cause the decentralized autonomous organizations to lose value. This is one of the major problems of the decentralized autonomous organizations. After another thing that you may be thinking is, okay, who participates in the DAO belongs to the DAO. Well, that is not so true. It's not a trivial question who belongs to a DAO. And the reason why we need to understand who belongs to a DAO is, imagine that the DAO decides to make an illegal action. For example, they decide to commit a fraud. They decide to say, we are not going to pay taxes. We are going to commit a fraud against our providers of infrastructure, etc. Who is responsible in terms of legal actions for that decision? Who is going to take the blame? Because the DAO cannot take the blame because it was a process of decision. Of course, in terms of organization, it can be prosecuted. But in terms of who made the decisions to commit the fraud, you need to also punish those that voted for that action or not. That is some questions that also Inês, I don't know if in the decentralized courts she talked about this, but that is some question that we need to make, and there is no answer or a solid answer that we can give, because it's the people that have tokens of the DAO that are responsible for that decision. And who did not vote for that action? Imagine that you have a decentralized autonomous organization where 60% voted in favor of a decision, of a fraudulent decision, and the other 40% did not vote for that decision. Are the other 40% going to be prosecuted for the decision of the 60%? Because they belong to the DAO. This is some questions that we need to make, and this depends on the type of DAOs. Because if you have a token-based membership DAO where the decision depends on the amount of tokens that you have, it may mean that if you want tokens, you are going to prosecute it. Imagine that you want 0.00001 of one asset. Imagine that you own 1 cent of an asset. You are going to be prosecuted because you belong to the board of decision of that DAO. That is some questions that there is no clarity yet, but it's something that you should be aware when you participate in a DAO, because if the DAO commits fraudulent activities, it's probably that you are going to be prosecuted in the end. That is at least one of the explanations that some legal people gave me when we discussed about this. Then you have reputation-based membership DAOs. That is basically membership. We are going to see more in detail, but basically depend on the reputation, depends on the contributions. So you basically, the decision is not made if you have a governance token, a token of the DAO, but it's made on the reputation that you give, on the contributions that you give. And then you have share-based memberships. That is for investment. Imagine an investment DAO where you allocate 50% of the funds of the DAO. Imagine that the DAO is investing in a project $1 million and you invest 500,000. That means that you have 50% of the voting power, basically. More into detail and with some examples, token-based. Imagine that you have a DAO, and that DAO, imagine like a company that the token represent the shares of the DAO. If you have 20% of the tokens, that means that you have 20% of the voting power. But that does not mean that you have 20% of voting decision, because that voting decision power is going to be based on the amount of people that vote. Imagine that you own 20% of the tokens of the DAO, but only 50% of the people vote. That means that if you vote, you want 40% of the decision. And this is one of the major also threats to the DAOs, is the fact that the majority of people that own tokens do not vote. Because there are so many DAOs, there are so many projects, there are so many decisions that people do not have time to participate in all these type of decisions. So what in the end happens is that just a few amount, just 10% tend to vote in the decisions, which is, as we know in our democratic countries, it's a huge problem, because if only 10, imagine what will be 10% of the population voting who is going to be our prime minister, who is going to be our president. That is a huge problem, because that means that 10% of the population own 10 times more voting power than the rest of the population, because their voting is 10 times more important, technically. One example of this is MakerDAO, where basically they have a token, which is Maker, which if you have, you can contribute in the decisions of MakerDAO. Then you have reputation-based memberships, where, for example, the contributions that you give, for example, this is a lot used for developers. If you contribute a lot in terms of development for the infrastructure of a project, you get rewarded with power, which can decide, which then you can use to decide, and also be rewarded, because when I say rewarded, is rewarded, we are talking about thousands of dollars that you can be rewarded for providing value for these DAOs. This is one of the examples of reputation-based memberships, and the DAO is one example. Another example that we are talking about is share-based. I like a lot this type of membership DAOs, because it's a way of hedging the risk of investment. The decisions are a lot discussed, the decisions take time, which in crypto it's not so good, but in terms of protection of the investment is good, because when you are financing projects and when you are investing in projects, the time tends to clear the schemes and the scams. For example, if you take, for example, 2 weeks to make an investment decision, and that project cannot wait 2 weeks, that means probably that they are not a good project to invest, and they are just malicious schemes that are trying to get funds from you. So what this type of DAOs allows is that hedging the risk, because you are giving time for the decision, you are dividing the risk with other people in terms of investment, and the decisions need to be very transparent, and there is not it's not the action of one person that decides that you are going to make the investment. Basically, it's a good way of hedging the risk and making good investments. And one example is Moloch DAO. Moloch DAO is a project that finances projects on Ethereum, and they just launched I think in 2022, the projections of the investment of 2021, and they make, I think it was 300% in terms of return to the investors. And basically everyone can contribute to this type of DAOs. Just a few cents even, you can contribute. Of course, then the rewards that you get from that investment is going to be low, but it's a good way of hedging the risk, basically. It's a good way of organizing decentralized autonomous organizations, and it's a good way of implementing value and managing value. Of course, there is some risks. There is the risk, for example, of the funds being stolen because the smart contracts have an error, but we will discuss that in the threats to the DAOs. So the question, how to create a DAO? Well, there is 2 ways. There is an easier and cheaper way, but less extensible. You can create a DAO just using a platform that already allows to create the voting systems, to share the ideas, as we were discussing, for example, for the example of Florbella, where you, for example, you have platforms as Aragon, where you can create all this infrastructure, you can create the voting systems, you can create all the internal mechanisms, you can make people participate, you can see the participations. It's basically an interface that allows anyone to create a DAO and share the ideas. It's basically a forum, but with a focus in a decentralized. And then, of course, you have the more complex and more expensive way, but also the more extensible, because if you create the smart contracts, which is the most complex way, you can decide every feature. You can decide everything that the DAOs needs, all the internal mechanisms. Or imagine that when you take the decision, you want to send the funds automatically, you can do that. It can be audited. You can basically make it more accessible for the future. Imagine that you want to implement something on top of the decisions that you make in the past. You can do it. It's a good way to creating the DAO. Basically, you need to create all the smart contracts. You need to create all the infrastructure. It's a lot expensive, but basically it allows to create a good and sustainable DAO for the future, and with some pride for the value that you are creating. But of course, the majority of people choose the easier and cheaper way, because not everyone is technical. So there is the easier way. Of course, you are going to pay some fees, but that is the disadvantage in comparison with the more extensible and complex that is using smart contracts. So then you have Snapshot. Snapshot is a platform where you make the decisions and you can interface to make the decisions. Imagine that you have a DAO, you created the DAO in the previous slide, and you want now to take a decision. Imagine that we are going to decide how many tokens we are going to mint, how many shares of the token are we going to create in order to divide to the token holders. Imagine some people say 1 million, Other people say 1 billion. Other people say 20 million. This is a decision that is going to be made on Snapshot. Snapshot is a great platform to do this. For example, here we have a snapshot example of one decision that was made by PancakeSwap. If you remember, PancakeSwap was an exchange that made the decision that allows people to trade assets. And they basically went to this platform and wanted to make the decision of adjusting the farm rewards, basically the rewards that they pay for people that give liquidity to the platform. And as you can see, they created a title, they created a description, a very detailed description, and then they decided the start date and the end date. And the people vote. As you can see in the current results, almost 100% voted yes for the proposition. Almost 35 cake votes voted for no, which means that almost 100% of the people decide the decision was implemented, of course. But as you can see, it's not possible to see here, but only 5% of all the possible voters vote, which means that just a few amount of whales could overturn the results, which is, as we are going to see, a huge problem in terms of governance. So decentralized organizations, or decentralized disorganizations, as I like to call. When you are creating flat organizations, it's organization and accountability are something that you are always searching for. You can never find them. It's basically a mathematical limit that tends to that point. So basically, when you do not have a product manager, CEO deciding and calling the shots, creating value is difficult because everyone has a decision. Everyone wants to make the decision. Everyone has an idea. And the major problem is that sometimes as decisions, as you see here, the start date started on 9th of November and the end date is 20th of November. This means that every decision or every major decision takes at least 11 days. And you cannot wait 11 days to create value or to make a small decision. So sometimes what can happen, and it happened in the beginnings of the DAOs and everyone, it was a huge mess in terms of organization. What happened is that one person decided that you wanted to do something, so proposed the vote. Another person decided that wanted to do something totally different and that was incompatible with the other person. What happened in the end, both decisions were approved, but technically it was not possible to implement that because it was incompatible between the decisions that they made. So one of the big problems of decentralized autonomous organizations is the organization itself. So what was the solution, you may ask? The solution was basically divide the DAO in sub-DAOs, in smaller organizations inside the organization. And of course, this only works for DAOs that are large. Because if the DAO is small, of course, you can reach a consensus more easier. But when we are talking about DAOs with 500 people, 1,000 people, you need to create smaller DAOs where you basically agglomerate the people that are more competent in each area, in each sector. For example, you have a lot of technical people, you put that in the IT guild. If you have a lot of people that is good in terms of economics, you put that in the economics guild. If you have a lot of people that is good at law, you will put it in the law guild. So basically you are creating subdivisions of this DAO. And you can say it's kind of centralization. Yeah, it's true. It's some kind of centralization. But remember, when we are talking about the decentralization levels, DAOs are not a black and white thing. There is not a totally decentralized organization and a complete centralized organization. It's a gray area where we want to evolve to a thing that it's the most decentralized, but in the beginning, of course, it's going to be a little bit centralized. And that is fine. It's a good compromise that we can make. So now, what is the DAO treasury? I already gave you some lights. DAO treasury is basically the funds of the DAO. If you do not have funds, you are not the DAO. I'm sorry to tell you, but well, you can make the decisions, you can make it autonomous, but if you not have funds to create value, if you do not have some funds that allow you to reward the production of value, what you have is a charity where people are giving their times, just that. And you cannot build real value with that types of organizations. It's fundamental for DAOs to have a treasury. And and you may ask, the majority of DAOs start with nothing, of course. So what do they do in terms to gain funds, in terms to finance their production of value? They create a governance token, and the governance token is just a token, as we are going to create today on the second part of the class, where, for example, imagine that you have the DAO, the Portugal DAO, and you want to create value in terms of the production of value to the Portugal DAO. So what you do, you create a DAO with 1 million tokens, and you sell those tokens for people that think that the DAO is going to evolve in value. So you sell part of those 1 million tokens for one price, and you get funds to basically fund the development of the organization and the creation of value, basically. And this is really important because you need to pay, you are going to need to pay for the technical advice and legal advice, probably, and you are going to use these funds also to implement liquidity that is highly important in the majority of projects. So now that you know that what is the treasury management and the problems of not having a treasury management and not having a treasury itself, there is 3 things that you need to take in account. And the first thing that you need to take in account is diversification. Imagine one of the major problems of DAOs is that they have one governance token, one token, which they use to pay for things. For example, they want to reward the development of one infrastructure and they are going to pay for the developers in governance tokens in the token of the DAO. For example, 1,000 tokens for the development of some kind of exchange for the DAO. And the problem with this is that the majority of DAOs have the majority of their treasure to be just the governance token. What is the problem? It's good when in the beginning, when the price of the governance token it starts at the same price that we decided, which is going to give us enough funds for the development. But if the price of the token lowers, if decreases in price, if you have only, or the majority of your treasury fund is a governance token, that means that the portfolio that you have can decrease a lot in value if the price of the token goes down. And as you are always paying with the governance token, that means that the value of the token is going to decrease, because if you are putting more in circulation, the value of the token is going to be lower, because the people to who you gave the governance token in the past are going to sell because they do not want the Portugal DAO token. They want dollars. They want something that they can use in their days. So they are going to sell, which means your portfolio is going to decrease. What I like to say is that 20% of or less than 20% of your DAO funds should be governance tokens. If you have more than 20% of your portfolio, of your DAO treasury in the governance token, you are going to bankruptcy in the future. I guarantee. And the Luna, one of the major problems that they have is that they were borrowing against the governance token. So they have the FTT token, which no, it's not. It was not the FTT token. It was the Luna token, but FTX also had the same problem. And I'm going to give probably the FTX problem that it was a major event. The FTX was using FTT, which was the token of FTX, and they were borrowing against the FTT token. So what happened is that imagine that FTT token was in the treasury was valuable at $1 million, but they start borrowing $700,000 in dollars. But the price of the FTT token went to half of it, which means that they now have only $500,000 worth of portfolio. That means that they paid back the loan, or they were liquidated, which was what happened and why the FTX started collapsing, because the funds that they had were not enough to cover the loans, were not enough to cover the payments they need to have, and the funds from users were being used basically to borrow against the debt assets, which caused a huge mess, which caused basically the FTX to collapse. And we will all know the impact that. So diversification was one of the major problems. Always have high liquid assets in the treasury. If you do not have high liquid assets in the treasury, it's going to be a problem in the long term if your DAO is on the long term. Another problem is in terms of safety. Remember, you are collaborating with people that you do not know, or at least you do not know enough, and can be anywhere in the world. So imagine that some DAOs that have, for example, hundreds of millions in terms of treasury funds, which happens. For example, Olympus DAO that we are going to talk about has a large treasury, and they have millions. And how are you going to manage that treasury fund in order for one people to not steal the funds? How are you going to make it secured enough in order for, at the same time that you are creating value, nobody can steal the funds? And the answer is multi-sigs. Multi-sigs basically, and I advise you to use it because I use it myself. This is the best way of protecting your assets, even as an individual. We were talking in the last DeFi section about creating a wallet, but that wallet means that if someone has your private key, can steal your funds. The best way to secure your assets is through multi-sig wallet. What is multi-sig wallet? Multi-sig wallet is basically a wallet with multiple private keys, which means that in order to move funds, in order to allocate funds, you need to approve with multiple private keys. For example, imagine that you have a multi-sig 3 out of 2 out of 3 multi-sig. It means that you need 2 private keys to move your funds. What it makes more secure, because the probability of people getting your 2 keys is lower than getting 1 key. And basically, you in terms of the DAO, you are more secured because at least you depend of two people to make the decisions. Of course, the higher the number of keys that you need to make the treasury funds transactions, the better. If you have, for example, a 5 out of 10 multi-sig, that means you need at least 5 people to approve the transactions. And the reason why I say that you should implement these in terms of security for yourselves in your account, it's because the probability of people having 5 keys of yours to steal your funds is lower. We already had in the past many people. I know a lot of friends. I know a lot of people that had just their funds in their wallet and they were stolen. And even exchanges had this problem. So I highly recommend that you implement multi-sig wallets in terms of for your safety, for the protection of your assets. And if you allow me to say, Gnosis is safe, which is one of the major security companies that provides wallets in the space, is the best option for you. Then you have reporting. If you do not have accountability in the DAO, you cannot create value, because if you agree with some people in a consensus mechanism to create something, and then you don't do that in the deadline that was expected, that means that all the DAO, it's going to suffer and it's going to be delayed. So you need to have this accountability to provide value. Anyone needs to have this accountability. And one of the major reasons why DAOs fail is because there is not this accountability, because in the major of the cases, there is nobody calling the shots, which means that nobody can press people to have that accountability. It's basically like having a worker which you cannot fire because they own the company, basically, or their fathers own the company. So you need accountability, you need safety, and you need diversification in terms of of the DAO treasury management. Some threats to the DAOs. What are the threats? We already talked about the code vulnerabilities in the blockchain that states, which we discussed earlier as one of the threats and one of the risks of developing a DAO. But you also have spam attacks and governance attacks, which we are going to see. What are governance attacks? Governance attacks on DAOs refer to a type of security vulnerability or exploit that targets the decision-making of the DAO. Also, which means you can have multiple. You have cyber attacks, you have flash loans, but basically what happens is, as they have a governance mechanism and that is public, people, malicious actors can act on it in order to take an advantage. And here are some cases on this picture. And on the other side are the types of attacks. You have cyber attacks. What is a cyber attack? Imagine that you are in a DAO and you only participate with the address of your wallet, which means that if you are participating in, for example, a reputation-based DAO, that means that the contributions is what decides and what is the voting power to the decision of the DAO, which means that the majority of people only know you because of your address, which means that if you create 1 million addresses and you provide value on those 1 million addresses, and that means that you own power over 1 million addresses, which means that you can alter the decision of the DAO in your favor, because you just not have yourself voting, but you have multiple people voting. This is even more common in certain types of DAOs where the contributions, or there is a process before going to the voting itself. There is a small voting of the people to make the voting go public. And if you participate with a lot of people, for example, if you have a Telegram, you know how easy it's to create another number and enter in the Telegram with multiple accounts. Imagine that the decision to make a voting depends on the number of people that in the Telegram vote. That means that you can create 1 million Telegram accounts and vote for that decision in your favor or against or in favor. It depends on the case, and it depends on the things. And then you have voter bribery. Basically, you are giving incentives to people vote in your decision. Imagine that you want to give yourself a huge reward from the treasury funds. Imagine that the treasury fund has $1 million and you want to give half of it to yourself. That is a good proposal that everyone would like. What you do is basically say, anyone that votes for me receives 10%, which means that everyone is going to vote in favor of your decision because they are going to be rewarded by that type of voting. So basically, you just have 500,000 because the majority of people is going to be rewarded with also some kind of money, and basically you won that fund. That is one of the major governance attacks that you have. Then you have propaganda, of course, but that is not some kind of attack. It's basically manipulation of the decisions. You also have that in the traditional world. You have a lot of this in the traditional world, but propaganda and influence can also be something that can interfere in the governance of the DAO. For example, if you have an influencer saying to vote in some certain type of decision, the majority of people is going to vote in that decision, and then you technically have a governance attack because the influencer decision is what won and not the own decision of each person. Then you have voter apathy, which we talked about, which is 90% of people not going to vote, which means 10% of the people can decide, or at least 10% of the voting power can decide certain type of decision. Then you have insider manipulation, which means that the people that are developing the DAO can make some kind of manipulation in terms for them to gain some kind of power. This happens a lot, I'm not going to lie, and this manipulation is done a lot in the DAOs. And then you have flash loans, and I'm going to talk about more flash loans in the next slide, but because it's a complex example, I will give a specific slide for this. This is the cyber attack that I was talking about the attacker having multiple accounts and faking identities. But I want to talk about the flash loans because imagine this. Imagine that you have a very decentralized DAO where the allocation of funds is automatic. And the users have the power according with the tokens that they have. Imagine a token share-based DAO, which means that if exists 1 million tokens, if you have 10%, it means that you have 10% of the governance power. And the decision is that you are going to reward yourself with some money. And the decision goes from November 6th to November 11th. And imagine that in the last minute of November 11th, some user does a flash loan, goes to the market and buys 50% of the tokens of the DAO and votes for basically reward himself with some tokens, with some money. For example, 500,000 from the treasury. And then after voting and after the voting ends, sell the tokens, which means that they only hold the tokens for 1 minute. That means that the user was not participating in the DAO, the user was not providing value to the DAO, but as he done a flash loan to acquire tokens from the DAO, what happened was that he won the voting and rewarded himself and basically stole funds from the DAO technically, even though the DAO allowed that. But he technically stole the funds because he done a governance attack of a flash loan. Basically, he went to the market, bought the tokens in the last minute, make a decision in favor of him, and then return the tokens to the market and made a huge profit. You may seem that this is not very likely, but this happened already 3 times with the amount of funds stolen of being around 25 million. So you can see how profitable this type of attacks can be. And you have here, for example, some examples of the Terra, of the RomDAO, of the YAM, some types of that you can see later when you have access to this PowerPoint. But there were a lot of attacks, of governance attacks. Mitigating these governance attacks with V tokens. We talked about this in the centralized exchanges session about, and also in the initial session about. I don't remember what it was about, but I remember we talking about V tokens, about ways of. I already remember in the terms of burn to own the power of the blockchain. Basically, V tokens were adapted also to prevent governance attacks. And what are these V tokens? These V tokens are a complex economic model and governance model to basically mitigate governance attacks and benefit long-term holders. What this means is, imagine that you have a token-based share system where the more tokens you hold, the more power of governance you have. What they did was say, okay, if you want to participate in the DAO, you need to deposit the tokens. You have, for example, here, the maker tokens in a smart contract. And instead of you having 100% of your power when you have the tokens, you need to win that governance power over time, which means that the user deposits the maker tokens in the smart contract, but they only start gaining power when they deposit, which means that they need at least 10 months to win all the governance power. For example, imagine that he had 100 tokens, and instead of having 100 tokens of governance power, in the beginning that they deposit, they have 0. But after 10 months, they have the 100 governance token power. And why do we need that? We need that to prevent the flash loan attacks and governance attacks that basically were stealing the funds because they were just buying and selling and making the decisions without having created value. So what we did was creating this smart contracts where you need to deposit, and this benefits long-term holders because it means less supply in circulation. Less supply in circulation means that the price is going to go up if there is indeed demand for that token. And the government's power to make the decisions it's basically it's win over the time. It's not won in the moment that you buy the tokens. The governance power is won after you being in the DAO for some time. And this governance power is what allows you to vote in the decisions and make the decisions for these decentralized autonomous organizations. So how does contributors get paid? I think many people will like to know about this, because there is multiple ways of contributors get paid. Imagine that you are participating in a DAO. Imagine that you are a person that likes to provide value and to collaborate with all the people in all over the world to provide value. There is four types of income that you can have. You can have token shares of the governance token. You can receive a portion of the governance tokens that the DAO emitted to basically fund their activities. You can make a proposal to receive part of the funds of the treasury funds. For example, there was a DAO where they had 10 million in funds, and the founders of the DAO voted for themselves to receive 1 million a year for funding the development of the DAO, which you can see it's very profitable if you are in the right DAOs. And of course, you have donations, and you can have also a percentage of the DAO's income. Imagine that you are creating value. Imagine that you are creating an exchange, and that exchange charges the 1% fee. You can receive, for example, half of that income and pay the developers with that income. But the majority of ways of contributors getting paid is to treasury funds. Basically, the treasury allocates some part to pay for the developers, and that is why you sell the governance tokens in the beginning. Is because you need high liquid assets to basically fund the treasury fund that will going to pay the developers to create more value, and that value is going to return some profits that you can reinvest. So examples of a DAO. Here you have a list of multiple examples of DAOs. You have the Uniswap Foundation, which we saw that is a decentralized exchange in the decentralized exchange session. You have the Lido DAO, okay, which is a liquidity staking platform where you can deposit your Ethereum for validating the transactions on Ethereum. And in return, you receive a yield. And at the same time, you can use that Ethereum that is staked in other platforms. So basically, they are leveraging their positions, and you are winning not just the yield, but they yield more profits from another protocol. Then you have the Ape Foundation. The Ape Foundation are those apes that NFTs, and basically those ape NFTs founded a treasury that allows them to do all the activities, to hold that clubs, and the feeling of belonging to that club that allows you to do certain activities, to buy certain types of assets. And they had a large airdrop that made a lot of people happy. Then you have Arbitrum Foundation that is associated with the Arbitrum network. The Internet Computer is also associated with the Internet Computer blockchain. Then you have Ahav, which is the borrow lending platform that we talked about. You have BitDAO, that is one of the examples. You have Synthetic and Maker, that are derivatives and stablecoins DAOs. And you can see that the majority of these DAOs is connected with DeFi, because DeFi is the easier way of creating value on a value layer, which are blockchains, basically. So Olympus DAO. What is Olympus DAO? One of the major problems, if you remember the DeFi session, was to make an asset that did not lose value against inflation. You needed to create a stablecoin that was stable, but was not dependent of the dollar, because you don't want to be dependent of the dollar. Because if the dollar disappears, then it means that all the space has a huge problem of liquidity, because the majority of the pairs is connected with basically dollar or euro. So imagine if dollars disappears, the DeFi space will go to a dark path in the short term. So you needed to create a stablecoin that did not lose value, but against the dollar, but also was stable enough for people to trust. So what Olympus DAO did was create some kind of assets and some kind of mechanisms that allow them to retain value, to maintain the value, to maintain the liquidity, and at the same time be trustable. It's something that could be used. And basically, they implemented the system that is in game theory. If you remember, game theory is basically, I don't know if you had classes in university about game theory, but it's basically is a way to decide who wins in each action. And basically, there is some kind of actions in a game that both players win. Imagine that on the vertical axis, you have one player, and in the horizontal axis, you have another player. And basically, these players are playing a game, because the market is a game. For you to win, others need to lose, because the game works like that. It's the theory of life. Basically, you are just transferring value from people to people, according with some economists. I disagree with that, but basically, in the DeFi game, in the DeFi world, you are just trading value, and you are just exchanging value between people. So what they did was, okay, we want to create a system that benefits everyone, because we want to create a stable coin that is stable and that is trustable in the long term. So what they did was, we are going to implement a game theory system where they have the OGIM token, which is a governance token that can be used. And if both people stake that token, that means that is going to be good for the protocol. And why is going to be good for the protocol? It's going to be good for the protocol because you are not selling the tokens, which means that you are taking tokens out of circulation, which in the end is going to make the price of OGIM to increase in value in the future, in the long term. Another thing that you can do is bond. What is bond? Bond basically is a set of funds that the Olympus DAO had, which you could sell your tokens to. Basically, imagine that you have, instead of going to sell in the market those tokens, you sell to the protocol. So basically, you are not selling the market, devaluing the currency, but you are selling to the protocol at a cheaper price, but that is good for the protocol, because you are not decreasing the overall price of the token in the market. You are selling to the project. So imagine like a company, you have the seed phase, you have the Series B phase. Imagine that the company is buying the shares of the pre-seed to sell on the Series B round of investment. Bonds are just like that. And why this is good for the protocol, and also good for the person? The person is selling to the project and returning their investment, and basically converting their investment back, which is good for them. And is good for the protocol because they are not devaluing the asset in the market. And it's good for the platform also because these tokens are going to be locked. The value that is returned to the user are going to be locked for a period of time, which means that there will not be a bank run to basically convert the tokens. So basically there will be some kind of balancing in terms of selling and not selling. And you can sell, and you can say, but we can sell the tokens in the market. But if you sell the tokens in the market, it's the probability of you not having liquidity enough to convert like you do in the bonds, it's not enough for you to be satisfied. So you are going to convert in the bond, even though that you are not going to receive the funds immediately. You are going to receive only the funds with a little bit delayed of days. Normally it's 2 weeks, I think this is the case. So this is not very good for the protocol because it's not a tree for the protocol, but it's a tree for the person because it's selling, it's converting the asset, but it's not so bad as selling for the protocol. So, and why people selling against the protocol is bad? Because the people receives the money, but the project goes down, and maybe that person was invested in the project, believed in the project, so selling those tokens was not a good perspective. If both the players sell the tokens, it's bad for everyone because the price of the token goes down. But basically what OHM Olympus DAO did was creating this bond system for people not selling the tokens in the market and equilibrate the Olympus token, which was the reserve currency for this stable coin. And the purpose of them was basically to be certain kind of stablecoin aligned with the dollar. But the project evolved so much that they now trade at $11, $12. And if you see the graphics, it's increasing over time over inflation, which is good because it's better than dollar again edging against inflation, and people are winning more value over time because it's over inflation. So this system and with the other systems that they implemented allow them to create a stablecoin that does not depend off the dollar, but which reserve currencies are dependent of the dollar, but can easily be changed to another assets that are not dollar. CurveDAO. CurveDAO is a decentralized exchange that allows users to exchange assets. We already talked about this in the DeFi session. Basically, what they do is they have a lot of liquidity to allow users to trade value. And that liquidity allows to trade with high efficiency. If you remember the DeFi session, you have a huge problem with price impact. Some exchanges do not have higher liquidity. So what this DAO purpose was creating a high liquidity pair with higher efficiency in order to trade with low price impact. And they engineered some features, some mechanisms in order to pair and combine some pairs in order for the price impact not be so great. MakerDAO. I don't know how much time do we have. We still have.
But we are actually at the break time. So if you think in a few minutes you can wrap it, otherwise we can take a break and then continue.
We can take a break and talk about the rest. It's only 6 slides left, so after the break we can finish and wrap it up.
Yeah, so let's take a break for 30 minutes. So it's 7:35 here. So we can start at 8:05. And then we can continue with it.
Yeah.
So
let's do the break.
Okay, guys. See you in a while.
No.
see you. Hello, hi.
Hi.
We are. See, I asked,
Hi.
I ordered Uber at 6 p.m.
And
Is now estimated arrival 20:06.
really,
Surreal.
Wow.
yeah, they are entering in the dinner phase.
Yeah. But yeah, I ordered at 6. Okay, but fair enough. Okay.
Yeah, you're
so
right.
in in
But this,
5-10 minutes.
but this is not normal.
No, it's not. It's not. I don't know what happened, but yeah, the guy is arriving, so I might have to leave in 5 minutes just to pick it up, and then after the training, I'll eat. But that's it. Anyway,
Yeah.
Are you arrived you ordered your dinner? No.
no.
Then
Sorry,
you-
I ordered dinner right at 6 when we started
Yeah.
the training on the Uber Eats. I ordered right. So about
But
4
you
Oh.
ordered Uber Eats, not
I ordered
Uber
Uber Eats,
driver.
Uber Eats.
Okay.
Sorry,
Okay.
Uber
Yes.
Eats. Okay, so I ordered about 6, and the guy's arriving
Done.
in 4 minutes.
Well, enjoy your dinner while learning, while doing the practicals. thing.
I already have the wine. Okay, the wine is here,
Wow.
so it's just missing the rest. Anyway,
Okay, I will stay for a half an hour. Then I have to leave also. But this is for me. It's different.
Yeah.
But I'll meet you all of you tomorrow.
Yeah, me too. Looking forward to see you all. It's been quite a while, and I miss you all.
Yeah, indeed.
And then we stay apart from, I don't know, will we have any meetings after this?
Why not?
We will have, so we won't give the certificates tomorrow. We are planning for a date for giving up the ceremony. We'll have a ceremony for the certificates with the cocktail. So that will be later on. We are actually just finalizing the dates. So we will have at least one more event to meet each other.
Unless you have nice projects to develop together.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, of course. Because our intention is to have this community, because we are, I think, a very group of very interesting people who are very interested in blockchain. So we will all be here developing projects. So we will keep this community going on, have meetups, keep sharing ideas and so on. And that's our vision, at least.
Yes, I would love to.
Great.
By the way, Florbella, how was blockchain.pt? Blockchain PT? Because
Yesterday,
I saw that you were there on the LinkedIn. They were doing a close up of you.
okay. Yeah. Yes. You know that we joined the consortium. Montpellier is in this
Yeah,
consortium.
I know.
At the World Package tokenized assets, digital
Yeah, okay.
assets. Yeah. Yes, it was interesting. There are many companies in the consortium that are interesting. Companies even for the project that I talked with you and Pedro. Such as Sonai, Group KUF, they are already there. And
Okay.
yeah, there are interesting projects around health. It would be nice for you.
I know.
Probably I can, you know, Ricardo, you know Ricardo from the CIBS.
Yeah, I know him.
So he's in a project, connected to a project regarding, I think this can be something that might be interesting for you. So you might talk. I also used that time to talk with him about the possibility to convert the token, our utility token, into fiat currency.
Yeah.
And he demonstrated interest. He told me that it could be an interesting project for
Yeah.
CIBS. So
I understood also blockchain PT is coming from something which is the initiatives horizon from the government, also on Web3.
yeah.
And I know also that there are some kind of interest on the consortium on some of the fields that Pedro Caldeira is in. Pedro, I don't know if you know blockchain PT.
The consortium, Pedro, which
consortium.
is,
No,
yeah,
I'm
which
not, I'm just checking what is now.
You know, they have
but I can explain it to you because I'm in this work since the beginning. I was the one who prepared the proposal for the Montpellier to join, so I know about the project. I can explain if you
Okay.
want.
because
And
there's
there-
a lot there's a lot of
Yeah.
good things there related to supply chain,
Yes,
which I believe that it will be good also for you because you are doing the
exactly.
PhD on that. Yeah.
Yes, and yeah,
Very good.
it can be. And there's one project is regarding the tokenized BL building of lending.
Pillar of
And
leverage.
yeah, those documents. And I asked them if there are any bank interested in join regarding the trade finance, but they were not aware of that. What it's strange for me. I would like to talk with them because it's also interesting for banks to join.
Of course. Okay.
Yeah,
let's-
the logistic can be interesting for you. So Pedro, yes.
Mhm. I'm going to check this and let's discuss tomorrow about it. Good.
Yeah.
Super.
Yes.
Let's take this because I think it would be really great. Pedro's project is really interesting, and if we can get in more partners involved and have some realistic pilots done.
Yes, Void is heading the consortium, is a company, Void, and government. The previous government was very keen on to develop this consortium and this project. And there's also an important, an interesting thing. It's regarding the identity, sovereign identity that is being developed on the top of the European infrastructure. And they also talked about that. And you know, you have one node. The node is in Casa da Moeda.
Yeah, I know. You had there Alberto Sanchez, which I know quite well.
He was there. Yes, he was there. And also Miguel Pupo is also connecting the strategy, and Paulo from the Católica. Paulo,
I know him. I know him also.
You know. So I think, yeah, it was interesting. And you can, and I think that the most interesting thing for me was to understand there are many companies interested in developing these projects. Government is also interested in this project. So that's a promise to develop something interesting. We are connected to the project of real estate, tokenizing real estate transactions. So it's where we are connected.
Great. So Clarabella, sorry to interrupt you. Let's do this discussion tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because then let's give Pedro the floor again to restart. Pedro has lots of
you asked me, so I start to talk.
Yeah, you know, it was in the middle. Pedro, let's jump on.
Yeah.
I don't know how many books you have. I don't know if you have more books than me, but we can create a challenge here next time.
most are from my father. Not. So, can you see the screen?
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Fine now.
Only 6 slides left, so we're going to be fast on these because it's just showing some examples, etc. And then we are going to the practical class. I know that some of you were interested in the multi-sigs safety. We were going to talk about that, and we are going to test also multi-sigs for you to know how to protect your funds in the most secure way, in the state of the art of what is security for most institutions. And if you want to use for your personal use, it's also good. So let's wrap up the theoretical part. MakerDAO. MakerDAO is basically a decentralized organization, one of the most famous ones already referenced on the session. They basically are trying to create a decentralized stablecoin, and which is DAI. DAO is considered one of the best stablecoins existent in the market because it's over collateralized. It means that in order for you to mint stablecoin, you need to at least have a treasury that is collateralizing that stablecoin. And it's so good that survive at least 2 bear markets, which it had one moment that depegged from $1 because this system has one flaw that we can call it flaw. That is because when there is fast volatility in the market, when there is fast price changes, the reserve that you have collateralizing your funds cannot be fast enough in order to accommodate the volatility, which means imagine that you have a collateral of 1 million and you are minting a stable coin as it is over collateralized that is worth 500,000. Let's consider 50% over the treasury. But imagine that the price of the assets that are collateralizing the stable coin decrease 60%, which means that you now have a treasury backing the stable coin that is worth 400,000. That means that the protocol has a depth of 100,000. So what is the way that MakerDAO does this? They basically sell the assets in discount when the price is decreasing, because in the most cases the price is decreasing slow. It's not going to decrease 60% from one moment to another. So basically they sell the assets in discount in order to basically back the stable coin. And basically they liquidate the positions if the people that borrow against that collateral did not refund the amount that they mint in stablecoin. But the problem is if the price goes down slow, then the reserve that is backing the stablecoin, it's not enough to cover the whole minting process. And that is one of the major problems, but until now, it has been resilient enough and they have accommodated all the price volatilities. But there is this little flaw, but it's one of the major stablecoins that exist in the market, that it's not pegged directly to the dollar, even though that the reserve currencies are Ethereum and USDC. But even USDC, I think they are phasing out because with the problem of USDC that also depegged because one of the banks that had the collateral of the stablecoin went bankruptcy, and then the USDC depegged, and which make the DAI technically to depeg also. But there was also other depeg related to the price. But basically, MakerDAO.
Pedro, let me only say one thing. I shared in the Telegram a report from Moody's, I believe, which is doing a study from at least since last year or 2 years ago to understand the level of peg of the stable coins. And you have also the website there, which you can see live, all the studies they are doing on the depeg and which are the major currencies which are more depegged and the others, and they have a graph for that.
Yeah, that is good to know which are the most trustable to use in DeFi and also other protocols. Constitution DAO. Constitution DAO is basically a DAO that was created to own a copy of the United States Constitution. They gathered themselves in order to buy a copy. They went to the auction, but unfortunately lost and were not able to buy a copy of the US Constitution. But this is one example of DAOs that can exist that have reflection on the real world. Where are DAOs succeeding? Well, DAOs are succeeding a lot in DeFi. Why? Because they basically are established in the value of layer, which means that it's easy to basically gain something and create something that is easy to use. Basically, you just need to fund development in order to create some mechanisms, but it's easy to create some kind of protocol where DAOs can create value and adopt value. Insurance, they are also succeeding in insurance because it's also easy, because imagine that you are trying to protect against stablecoin depegs, as it shows in the example. You can create just a simple system that the banks do in the blockchain. The the only thing that you need is liquidity in order to protect those insurances. And then you can gain some yield from that insurances, which makes everyone happy. And of course, charity. Donations have been a huge example. I remember the Ukrainian DAO that gathered a lot of funds for Ukraine for fighting the Russians. There is also some DAOs for the Israel and also Palestine now in this war, and both sides are funding it. There is a lot of examples, not so much related to the wars also, but related to the to charity in general. This is where the sectors where DAOs are most succeeding. This does not mean that they are not succeeding in other places. They are succeeding in other places. But this is where the most profit, the most value is being created right now. There is, of course, exchange supplies, etc. What will be the future of DAOs? Well, nobody knows, but there is some DAOs that I like to consider and I like to talk about. One example is the Vita DAO. Vita DAO, for people that do not know, is a DAO focused on investing in early stage preclinical medicines. Basically, imagine that you are a member of the biochemic member of the community of the biochemic, a member of the biochemic community, and want to create some kind of medicine and want to develop some kind of thing. You are also the part of the biomedic type of development, etc. And you want to create something and you need funding for that development. This you can propose to this DAO, even though that you do not have any participation. You can submit your proposal to the DAO will consider, and they will make an investment on your project. And one example of this was this research, which is a RNA therapeutic for longevity that was funded with $100,000 and with 81% of approval. Basically, the community of the Vita DAO decided to allocate funds. I think they allocate, if I'm not wrong, 1 million every year. If it is not this, it's the Moloch DAO. They allocate a big amount of money every year to fund some projects, which they think that will generate more value. And the results of the investment, the results of this investment, the profit is used to fund future projects and more projects in future. So basically, they're creating a sustainable way of funding scientific discoveries, of funding medical innovations in order to create more projects and getting profit for more projects and expanding, and of course, creating this sustainable cycle. So the three fundamental questions in the end that we have, and this is the last slide, is: can governments implement some DAOs feature in their organizations? Well, there is some features that can implement, such as transparency, as we see it in the last few days with the case of our governments. They could implement some transparency in the methods of the decision. For example, maybe they could settle the auctions for some kind of project on chain. Maybe they could introduce some voting mechanisms that were more transparent. That is something that they could take from DAOs into their organization. Of course, they will not, or maybe they will not, maybe in the future they will do, who knows. That is something that we leave for the future. The other thing is, can DAOs survive in the long term? Well, the majority of DAOs that I was involved did not work. Well, why, you may ask? First, because of disorganization. Second, because the lack of funds. And if you do not have funds, you need to invest time, and most people do not have time to invest in this kind of projects. Then you have a lot of governance attacks, which make some people to be some kind of fearful of what can be done in this space, etc., which is understandable. And we need to evolve for a more institutional role of these DAOs, to more dedicated to institutions, where institutions work as the controllers of these DAOs. And that is the idea that we were discussing in the beginning. Go, Flora. You can.
Is there any piece of regulation that applies to this kind of projects?
Regulation. MiCA I think already has some kind of regulations to this kind of organizations. I think it was even, I think Nuno was talking about that. I don't remember it was in the chat already in this session, that the MiCA already has some regulation, but the best person to ask that is Inês, because she's a lawyer, she has all that, and we need that regulation. In fact, it's some kind of regulation. I'm not in favor of regulating everything because it needs, but we need some kind of regulation because there is some cases of fraud that happen with DAOs. There is some cases of not frauds, but a lack of accountability because there is not some pressure from a higher institution, and we need some kind of that regulation. And I think MiCA already gives some, already will implement some kind of that regulation. But the best person is Inês to talk
Yeah,
about.
but I'm going to check in the paper. Okay, but thank you very much.
No problem. But can DAO survive in the long term? That is the fundamental question, because there are a lot of threats. There is the technical mistakes that you have in the contracts that can happen. A lot of things can happen, and it can damage the trust that we have in DAOs. So in my opinion, what I consider is it's going to be institutions controlling these decentralized autonomous organizations. What are the legal responsibilities of DAO members? That is also something that might come in the MiCA paper, but until now you don't have some kind of regulation. There is some, I think in some states of the United States, and I think Singapore already has some kind of regulations in relation to belonging to these decentralized organizations. But if a DAO commits a fraud, there is no case that we can see and that we can measure to see what were the legal responsibilities of each token holder, of if they get punished, how much time, etc. There is nothing yet that we can use as example to know how the legal consequences will flow. And yeah, the theoretical class of DAOs is done. I don't know if you have any questions. If you do not have any questions, we go to the practical, but if you have, of course, you can ask them now. No? Okay, good. I will stop to share all the screen. Okay. The first part of this class we already talked about in the DeFi session. I want to ask if you all of you here have a wallet already created. If not, please let me know.
Could be the MetaMask or the Ethereum. So I created both.
The MetaMask is better in this case.
Okay.
I placed the PowerPoint in the DeFi session in the Telegram.
Oh.
Here. I left a PowerPoint where you can follow the guides in order to create your MetaMask wallet, but I'm going to need your MetaMask address.
Okay.
Please leave it in the chat. Okay, going to go back here.
Pedro, I have a problem because I'm using my professional laptop, so I don't have permissions to install the Chrome add-on, the MetaMask Chrome add-on. So probably I can use my mobile phone.
Yeah, I think it's.
I just need to find the password.
If you don't have the password, you can create very fast a new one, just by following the steps. You can delete it.
You need the wallet address,
Exactly.
and we send using the Telegram.
The Telegram or the chat of the Zoom. But
Chat of the Zoom. Okay.
For the ones that already have created, I'm going to paste these websites, so you are not going to leave it here.
I have already sent my address. Okay.
Good. Go to this website if you already have the MetaMask. Don't worry if you do not have yet the MetaMask. I'll give it some time to install the MetaMask. If you see, I sent you some code earlier. That code it will create your own token. And basically you are going to copy. Is everybody seeing my screen?
Yes.
You are going to do just like me. You're going to copy this, go to Remix, which is this website.
Yes.
It's going to show you like this.
Can you please paste the text in the chat and the Zoom chat?
Yeah, I can.
Contract.
Well, I can't because it is too big, but I will try to divide it.
I just sent my MetaMask.
And
I don't know what to do now.
yeah, I think I was able to pass the code to the chat of the Zoom.
Okay.
Okay.
Zoom chat.
I was saying copy the code. It should show up like this, right? Right. Then go to contracts. Right click of the mouse, create new file. I already have one, but
Ethereum.
I'm lost here.
okay, so let's go back. Do you already have the MetaMask?
I already sent my MetaMask address. I opened the MetaMask, but I don't know what is this.
Did you pin it your MetaMask?
Yeah, I already did. I already sent. Yeah,
You already sent this, right?
yeah.
Okay. Then go to this website, which I pasted in the Telegram.
Oh, okay. You put it where you. Oh, okay. Now I saw.
It's Remix.
Yeah, Remix. You go to this website, Remix.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't have permission. The site is blocked in my side.
Also in the phone, it's not possible in the phone.
No, because it's my professional laptop. I don't have permissions. The address was blocked by the firewall. So.
So what to do now?
Do you can install Brave? Maybe Brave does not have those conditions. I don't know.
Brave.
But for the people that already are in the Remix, go, if you see this interface, click create new file, name it whatever you want to name it. For example, my name, Pedro.
Go.
Okay.
Didn't allow me. I don't know. Create new file, Pedro. Write .sol.
Oh, okay.
Your name .sol, just like I did.
Okay.
And then copy the code into you.
The code was in Telegram.
Yeah, the code that
is in Telegram. Okay.
Exactly, this code. I will
I
copy
can
it.
copy.
Pedro, I'm curious, why does it have extension Sol? Does it have anything to do with Solana or
Solidity.
just
It's because it's Solidity.
It
Solidity?
looks like
Sorry.
my
Yeah, but
address.
it didn't let me to copy from Telegram. Probably I have any protection.
I copied also for Zoom chat. It's divided, but I think you can access.
Okay.
It's a pair, like a pasted code alert. Just
okay, then I will paste in a
click
file.
OK.
Pedro, it's better to put in a text file and
Yeah,
upload
exactly.
the full bundle.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I already installed Brave. Let me check if this works.
Yeah. Pedro.sol.
Ethereum. No.
Let's see if you can now. You can download this file. Maybe it's better, and upload it here to Remix using this.
How remove?
We have time, so don't worry.
Open with notes.
You are not able to copy the file?
No.
Mm.
That's okay. Just move on.
I'm trying to see solutions for that. What is the error that is giving it to copy the code?
It doesn't let me pass. I think that must be some protection that I might have in my Telegram, because I can't execute copy.
Oh, but you download the file. Did you download the file?
Doesn't pass to anywhere.
No, but the file that I already
I
put
can open it, because he asked me to have another software to open it, and that I don't have.
Open with block notes.
Yeah, I tried with notes. But even with notes,
Pedro,
just
put it as a text, TXT.
Okay. Let me.
Could be that.
Yeah. My mistakes. Now very. Let's try now.
Can you put it on the Zoom?
The file.
Yeah. It's probably better on the Zoom because everyone has access to the Zoom chat.
Which one is to use, Pedro? I already passed the code in the screen.
They're all the same, Adrian. All the same.
They are the same. All this.
So
Okay.
you just need to do one.
Okay, I already did.
Okay, let's try now with the TXT.
TXT. No, that's okay. Thank you.
No problem. Okay. As I was saying, go to this folder, contracts. Go to the contract.
Where is it? It's in MetaMask.
Sorry?
Is it in MetaMask?
No. Go to the website remix.ethereum.org that I placed in. I can place so in the chat of the Zoom.
No, that's okay. It put it where in MetaMask.
No, in your browser.
My browser.
Yeah.
Pedro,
Yeah.
do I need to upload the file that you sent in the Telegram in the Remix Ethereum org in the contracts folder? Is this correct?
Yeah, exactly. You
Okay,
can do
okay.
that, or you can create a file, which is easy.
Okay, I will upload the file that you sent to me. I'm
Yeah.
using another laptop, my
Okay,
personal one.
good.
Now, where are we? Default.
Okay.
Contracts. Okay.
You open contracts.
Yeah.
Click the
Yeah.
new file.
And then Pedro.
Put your name or
Okay.
my name if you want, and in the end you need to put .sol.
.sol is the extension. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Were you able? It will appear empty file.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I can then I can paste.
Yeah. Copy.
Pedro, I already upload the file.
Yeah.
So in principle, I can see
in the contract.
the code, the functions that you sent in the Telegram. What I need to do now?
Now you click on the code and click Control S, and it should appear here a green mark or a red mark.
Okay. On the code, Control S.
Control S.
Compilation failed with one error.
Okay, you go here on the Solidity compiler, which is this here. Are you seeing? And
yes.
I bet it is selected version 0.8, right? In the compiler.
Compile Pedro Sol.
Here, do you see my mouse? 0.
Yes, I have the version 0 0.8.22.
Yeah, change it to 0.4.24.
Okay.
0.4. Yes, Adrian.
I went to the code.
Yeah.
I did the Control S, but
Yeah.
nothing happened. Nothing appeared for me.
Click on the code again and Control S.
Each part of the code. Any part of the code you can click.
Any part.
Okay.
Any part.
Okay.
Just click it.
Okay.
Control S.
Control S.
Click and
Okay.
Control S.
Exactly.
Hey, it's not open nothing to me.
No, it should appear or green or red here.
In my case, it
red
appears
here.
green.
Oh,
It's red in my case.
in my the pin is red. They say the compilation file with a 1 euro.
Okay, no problem. No problem. You just go here on Solidity compile, click on the green mark or in the red mark. Right?
Okay.
It should appear like this, right?
Yes, yes,
But here you have 0.8, right?
yes.
Change it to 0.4.24, like I have. You just click here and choose.
Below. You need to go below.
Okay. But it still has a.
Now
Okay, I
click
already did.
Control S again.
Control S.
Did it
Oh
change?
yeah, now it
Yeah.
works.
Okay, now it works. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then after that, go here,
Okay.
go and run transactions.
Okay.
You here have selected probable Remix VM, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Change it to inject provider MetaMask.
Okay.
Okay. It's already opened the MetaMask.
It should show then after you select here your wallet address, right?
It's not so. I select MetaMask, the MetaMask open, but
Yeah.
not put the address by itself.
Connect. It opened MetaMask, right? There is an open that says connect, right?
Okay.
Connect.
I need to connect my MetaMask with.
Already
How do I
deployed.
connect?
So,
Where is connect?
You are connecting MetaMask to this website. So in the MetaMask open, right?
The MetaMask, I just, okay, maybe, okay.
Adrian, choose next and then connect.
Yeah, I just,
Yeah, there's an intermediate.
now
step.
so.
Okay.
Sorry, guys.
No problem.
Problem.
It's the first time.
Yeah.
After
Now
that,
we're going.
After that, it should appear your address, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then go to contract, select this one, key Kappa CT token.
Okay.
Yeah, Adriani dot so okay.
Right?
Yeah. Byzantine.
Okay. And I'm going to, I forget to send you the money, so you are not able to deploy
Give me the money, Pedro. Give me the money.
I think you placed in the Telegram, right? The majority.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I have multiple things open. I'll try to send first.
Pedro, are we using Polygon for this?
No,
which chain?
Smart Chain. This time I have money to send. Polygon is slow. But and the Binance Smart Chain is cheaper.
So how much does it cost to create one token on Binance Smart Chain?
Oh, let's figure it out. I don't know either. I don't know. Your address is not giving me a correct address. I don't know why. Ah, I'm missing the 8, sorry. Too many things open at the same time. And MetaMask is slow.
So without creating a lot of noise, I've just changed the token to my name and also the token name. So is it doable, right? I can just create a token with the name that I want and create the network that I want, not the network.
That was what I was going to say you to do.
Okay.
To change the name for your name.
Yes, so I already have my own coin, Nuno Rosado coin. Yes.
Yeah. Going to send you 0.5. How many people are participating? Just to calculate how many should I send.
Oh, I've sent it on the on the group, but I can post it there also on.
If you can post it on.
Yes.
To be easy to track.
No worries.
I think this is enough. Yeah, will be enough.
Sorry, Pedro. How can I copy my MetaMask account to the account in the deploy and run transaction page?
You just need to connect with MetaMask.
But I am already connected.
Does not show?
No.
No, it's the same problem I had. You push next, and then you can show the button to connect.
Do one thing. Reload the page and do the same steps. And
Yes.
Address.
let me see.
Okay. Okay, I have already connected. And now? Sorry, Pedro.
No problem.
What
Now
I
it's
need
my
to do?
turn to receive.
You now wait for me to send you enough money so you can interact. This is not enough else anymore. Some people might have already received. I have many things open, so it's a slow process.
In my case, I have already connected the account with my MetaMask wallet.
Yeah, that is the purpose. We are going to deploy the token in just a few moments. We are going to create an asset, which is our name asset. For the people that are waiting, in the code, there is a variable name, if you can find it, that says quick token. Check it.
Yeah, I've already found it. Contract, Key City, no. Which is the name, Pedro? Sorry.
That's it.
Already going, don't change it yet, but if you are there, yeah, you are near.
The contract QKCT token
Is a ERC20 interface.
20 interface safe math.
That's the name of the token. That's KTC token.
Okay, am I missing someone in terms of sending funds? Let me see if here in the chat. If I'm missing someone.
I didn't put in chat, I put in
Telegram.
Yeah, but I can put it here if you prefer.
Oh, no. I sent to all of the Telegram.
I already received. Now
Okay.
what we do?
Is anyone missing? I just
We
want
need
to say.
go and have dinner outside. Choice.
Pedro is buying.
Okay. Can you see
Pedro,
my?
I'm missing the tokens.
Please,
Uh,
which
did you already
network are we
send-
using?
Qatar, did you send the tokens?
It's the
did
BNB
you send the
smart
address?
chain.
On the Zoom. I didn't see.
On the Zoom, I'm not seeing your. Can you send again, please?
Yes.
Oh, maybe sent by Zoom. I sent in Telegram.
It can be either way. Just... Did you already send, Qatar?
I'm trying one moment. Oh,
Okay. No problem.
Zoom. Okay. Check. Okay, please check now.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to send you.
It is supposed to receive it in our MetaMask portfolio. Is that so?
Yeah, it should appear in your MetaMask.
Which network on the MetaMask? I'm not
Binance
saying it.
Smart
BNB.
BNB. Okay, thank you.
Okay, send to you, Qatar. Ready? It should
Okay.
arrive in a few seconds. Okay, now that you received the value, you should be on the Binance Smart Chain network.
Yes.
Balances.
I have multiple things in my phone. Here, it should appear like this. Here,
Where?
Binance BNB chain
Okay.
with that logo. This one.
Where?
I don't have it.
Me also.
You
I
don't
didn't
have BNB
No.
chain?
No.
No? Then
No.
no problem.
That's so. They want me to share my
No problem.
no, here.
Go to
Can
this.
click add network and then you see BNB below.
Click the website.
Yes, with on MetaMask.
I had.
I can put mine here in Zoom.
In Zoom, I sent you a link that will show you this page.
Chain list.
Chainlist.org.
Exactly. And
Pedro, I need to go there too?
if you already have BNB chain, you don't need to.
Yes, I already have here. I
Okay.
did the same in MetaMask.
This is only for the people that do not have this chain. If you go to this website, click add to MetaMask, and that will add the Binance Smart chain to your MetaMask.
Where can I do that? Can I Binance? No. Where?
BNB Smart Chain, it appears, right?
Where are you?
Here. Can see.
Chain list.
Is not showing. BNB Smart Chain.
BNB. Smart chain, yes. To connect?
Add to MetaMask. Connect wallet, and after that, add to MetaMask.
Connect wallet.
Connect wallet.
Nothing
Okay.
happened.
It didn't appear in MetaMask.
Yes, in my case appears.
Not in mine.
Reload the website.
No.
If not, I have another solution. is more complicated. But click add node network in the MetaMask. Did you see what I did, Florwell?
In MetaMask, I'm
Click here. Are you seeing?
just sorry, too many files and
I know.
Windows is open.
Are you seeing?
Yeah. Okay. No, but I can see that. Just let me try again.
Click here, then add network.
It's not a. I don't know why it's not. It's not this. No, it is connecting. BNB chain. No. I don't know what I had.
Okay,
connected.
then see my screen. See my screen. Go to MetaMask.
Yes.
Click here. Add network.
Just let me. I don't have Binance, but I can check for Binance. No.
No. Check my screen.
Yeah, I can see.
Open. It doesn't appear Binance. Click add network.
Add network. Okay.
It will open a page, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And now I'm in this Binance. Should I add?
Yeah, add Binance.
Okay, Binance chain.
Okay. Now it should appear.
Yeah.
Select it. It should appear like this, BNB chain.
So should I switch to Binance chain?
Exactly.
Okay.
Now.
Okay. I have money.
Okay.
I have also.
Okay, good. Now let's go back to the code.
Yes.
And the code you have here, the contract. All this is the contract. If you go to the line 62 and 63,
62,
you have
63.
you have the symbol.
Yeah.
Change
Okay.
it. Change it to your name or
My name?
to your name or to your company, whatever you want in this case. I'm going to change for Portugal.
The name that I put to in the doesn't matter what name
Doesn't matter.
name we put there.
No, it doesn't matter. Here you are creating the token of your company. Imagine that you are creating the shares of your company.
Okay. That's what we are doing now.
Yeah, we are creating an asset.
Fantastic.
And I'm going to call it Galamb.
I can't put any name for the coin too.
Yeah.
Suspicious name. I don't know.
Can put 3 coin.
You can put Bitcoin. You can put Bitcoin. You can
DRI. It's me.
You can change for whatever you want. Basically, Ethereum is programmatic, so you can do whatever you want with Ethereum. You can create anything. You are here you are creating an asset in this case, an asset that can be traded. For example, imagine that we are going to start a DAO or a company in the blockchain, and we wanted to create the token of our company. We just copied this code and changed the name. Put here, you can put the amount of tokens that the shares are, 1,000. We are going to leave it like this so we don't generate more problems. But here you can change to your name and to your symbol. And we are going to do another thing that is changing the decimals. We are going to change the decimals to
8.
To 8. And
What does it do?
We are no. Let me see if we're going to generate more problems. We are going to change to 8 the decimals.
Yes, and the total supply?
And the total supply, we are going to add more 3 zeros.
More 3 zeros?
No, more 6 zeros.
6. 1, 2,
9.
3,
9
4,
zeros.
5, 6,
9 zeros. 9 zeros.
7, 8, 9. Yes.
That will become a shitty coin.
Okay. Without the okay,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's nine zeros.
no
Nine
total
zeros.
tem que ter 14 zeros.
Plus 9
okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
14 zeros and 8 decimals. Now you don't need so many decimals, or do you?
We want to create with 1 million tokens because we want to trade on Uniswap between tokens. So we are going to create like this.
Okay, so to have 1 million tokens, we need to have 14 zeros. Is that it?
Sim, yes. 14 less 8 give you 6 that make 1 million, basically.
Ah, this still works on a kind of a bit thing.
Yeah. Basically, the total supply is multiplying the decimals by a 10.
Okay,
10,
okay. Gotcha.
10 exponent.
Yeah.
Basically, okay. You already changed the name. You already changed the decimals. You already changed the total supply with 14 zeros, right? Okay. Then we are going again to this page where you see your wallet connected, right?
And now?
But we don't change the contract name, the QKC token.
You can, but for simplicity, we will not do it because that will generate a lot of pain. So
okay, so because I already changed it, so
just
I'll go
just
put it as it
select
was.
KIC token.
Okay, key keys, yes.
And click deploy. It should open MetaMask like it's doing in mine.
Should we compile first, Pedro?
Not payable, is that? Deploy
now?
transaction payable.
Pedro, shall we confirm?
Yes, if people that is showing confirm, click confirm. And then when MetaMask shows a notification, click on the notification.
Okay.
No,
Transaction 0 confirm.
It didn't open MetaMask?
No, not mine.
I have already opened. There is a pending issue.
What is the pending issue?
Okay, success.
Okay.
4 block confirmations.
Okay, and it shows your contract address, right?
Yes, I suppose.
I go to my...
Okay, I will redo all this process so people can see it. Basically, I'm going to reload. We create. I'm going back. We created the token, right?
Right.
The code. We went here. We changed here, right?
Right.
And then we went here, selected injected MetaMask, and appeared the address here, right?
No, the previous step. Sorry, Pedro. Can you go back?
Is selecting 0.024 here.
Oh, yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Then we went here, deploy run transactions, and we selected inject provider MetaMask, right?
Yeah.
It showed here the address, right? And then we select here KKC token.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then we click deploy.
Exactly.
And opens MetaMask, right?
And then confirm. Okay.
Click confirm.
Yeah. Now it happened.
Okay.
You have pending transactions, something that have already happened with someone else. You do not have enough BNB in your account to pay for transaction fees. I don't know what does it mean.
Pedro, after we confirm in the end of the process, I received the message that confirmed the transaction, but when I click on the transaction, doesn't show the name of my contract that I put there.
What is? Sorry, what is showing then?
Your they're showing the Galamba, but in my doesn't show the name that I put on.
What did you put?
I put Cabrito coin.
You need to you need to do Control S after you make the changes. Maybe it did not reflect.
Making the changes, but
Go
where
to
I
the
do
code.
the Control S in the MetaMask or in the console?
In the code. In the code,
Again?
click in the
You need
code.
to compile.
Control.
You need to compile it.
Yes.
Otherwise, it might not.
Now I need to deploy again.
Deploy again. Exactly. Don't worry. You have.
I read this, or this contract may be abstract. It may not implement. Because I confirmed before when I did deploy before.
Then reload the page and do the steps. It's the best I can do.
I already did. They already show for me. They confirmed the transaction.
Timeout for call.
You can do these multiple times. No problem. Try again. For the ones that it worked, it should show here the token, right?
Oh, where?
Here.
Let me see if I show.
Go a little bit down and it shows it here, right?
Yeah, but mine is say currently you have no contract instances to interact with. And I have an error. And then
does it show here inject provider?
Yeah, that show for me. It's show for me. That's why I told you I already did.
What for that?
Yeah, I also have the same information, but when I received in my account, there's a rejection option because here the information is you don't have enough BNB in your account to pay for transaction fees.
Let me ask. This address that shows here is the same as in MetaMask?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
How much in MetaMask show you? How much does it show in MetaMask?
How much the total amount in zero? I have 0 BNB Binance.
Zero?
Yeah. Now I have 0. I don't know why.
Copy the address and I will send you. That is the problem.
Okay.
I have the same problem as Floribella said. I don't have not enough.
You don't
Binance.
have enough gas to pay.
Yeah.
What I tell is to reload. Do you have the funds in the wallet, or does not show up the funds like Floribella?
I have gas BNB, but I don't have.
My show the feeds to the gas.
Let me check.
So no money, no funny.
Oh, the fees when MetaMask pop-ups, the MetaMask pop-ups, right?
Yeah.
It shows like this, right?
Yes.
We are going to learn another thing. Go here.
Okay.
Advanced.
Where is it?
Where?
Pay more.
And
So you have it faster.
Could you
Where is
please?
Advanced. Okay, and then.
Could you please start again this part?
Okay, I can start again. Click site suggest.
Here, how I arrived over there?
You click deploy. This is what shows when you click deploy, right?
Yeah, but not
that deploy again.
Yeah, click deploy again. It shows this, right?
Site suggested. An efficient funds.
Shows like this, right?
Yeah.
Click site suggested.
Yeah.
Advanced.
Advanced. Yeah.
How much does it show here in BNB?
In have in euros, so in BNB I have this. Mine is in euros. I don't know why.
Okay, then what it shows here in the beginning?
The beginning 0 point. Let's see. Beginning and BNB 0.00334.
Okay, and does
5.
okay, okay. Then it's correct. You probably already deployed. It's not showing here the contract.
Okay. Let me see. No, deployed. No.
No. Then send me the address to send you more funds.
Just let me see. Run transactions using the latest compilation result. No. Deployed contracts is where?
Here.
Currently, we have no contract. Yes, I have that.
I give up.
But transaction. Okay. That's why I only have that money left. Because I have already paid. Is that so?
Yeah, you probably already paid for a deployment. But here in the MetaMask, in the activity, does it show contract like this?
I can see. Let me see. Okay.
Does it show that?
Yes, contract confirmed.
And Tom, click that transaction. Click and click view on block
on the block explorer.
Exactly.
Okay.
And it should show up something like this, right?
Yes.
With the name of the token.
What confirm? Yes, I have it.
Click it. It's because you already approved. Then it's going to show your token with your name and 1 million, right?
Okay.
To your address. Click on the copy address in this part. That is the contract. Right?
Sorry, Pedro, can you go back? Sorry, because I didn't see where we click in MetaMask just to see.
View on block explorer appears.
Yeah.
Click on that.
And confirm. Okay.
Pedro, what bothers me is like where you have the name of your contract in your coin, in mine doesn't show. It's all same that you have, but your show Lamba and mine don't show Cabrito.
In your shows quick token, right?
In my shows QKC.
Yeah, there was a problem maybe in your computer recording the information. Maybe later you try again and see if it works again. But right now we don't have time to see. But you are going to have that name for your token for right now. But you should see, copy this token that has a green here.
Okay.
Okay, you have your asset created. All of you created your asset. Go to tokens. And you should click on the MetaMask tokens and import token.
Where I go?
Tokens.
Tokens here.
Yes.
Okay.
Wait a moment, please.
Tokens.
Import tokens. Okay.
Tokens.
We copy the others. And it shows your name with the decimals and click confirm. And then import.
Confirm. Import.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it shows your asset, right?
Yes.
Right. But not show my Cabrito. Only.
So now we saw how to create an asset. We already have a wallet, but I told you, wallets are unsafe for institutions and a little bit unsafe for us. Imagine, I will not say this for $20, I will not say this for $50, I will not say this for $100, but if you have more than $10,000 in assets, you should have a multi-sig. And this is what I'm going to show you how to do. I'm not, for time purpose, I will not going step by step with you, but you can see how to create this all. So basically, I will leave the website I'll do even better. I'm going to search so you can see. You search for Safe Global, and you click on the first link, safe.global, and it shows up like this. I'll copy the link to the general so you can have the access. What is this? This is the multisig that I talked on the theoretical part. That is to protect your assets. When you have a wallet, you have one key that has access to all the assets. For example, if someone hacked your MetaMask or your computer, he had access to the key to basically steal your funds. But imagine that you want to improve your security. You are going to basically have a wallet that is managed by multiple keys. What is the advantage? Imagine that you have a MetaMask and then a Ledger wallet or a hardware wallet that you protect. If the hacker hacks your MetaMask or exploits your MetaMask, you will not be able to steal your funds because you was not able to have the key of the hardware wallet, which means you are protected technically. And even if he hacks the MetaMask, your funds are protected. Were you able to understand the?
Yeah.
So what
Let's go, Pedro. Let's connect. Let's connect the wallet.
What you can do is launch a wallet. It's going to appear like this.
Yeah.
You click create new account. You connect.
How you arrived over there? Oh.
You go to the link that I showed you.
No, I already
Yeah,
deleted,
wallet.
but I don't know how you open that page.
Launch wallet here in the corner.
I mean the welcome.
Here. I mean the.
Oh, okay.
Launch wallet.
Global.
Yeah. It will open this, right?
Yeah.
Then create new account. We are going to create your first wallet, secured wallet. Then you connect your MetaMask. You can connect any wallet that you want, but let's connect with our MetaMask. It's going to show up like this. You are going to name wallet Galamba wallet. And I'm selecting Binance Smart Chain, right? Then what I'm going to do is I'm defining the owners of the wallet.
Okay, Pedro, you connect with what?
With MetaMask with Binance Smart Chain.
Smart Chain?
Binance Smart Chain. Here.
Okay.
I can go back. Galamba wallet, Binance Smart Chain.
I read. Okay.
Name of wallet, Galamba wallet, BNB Smart Chain. Next, you are going to define the owners, which means the people that can manage your funds. In this case, it's going to be your two wallets. I'm going to add my wallet. Sorry, my mistake. I'm going to copy the address from MetaMask. I have multiple things here. I'm going to copy this. This is going to be the owner of this multisig, and I'm going to call it owner 1. But I want at least 2 owners to protect. And now I'm going to add another wallet. In this case, I'm going to create here in MetaMask another account that I already have here. And I'm going to put these others also. Which means to manage my funds, I will need at least that these 2 keys to be compromised. If someone wants to exploit my funds, they need to act at least these 2 wallets. While if you add only MetaMask, if they have access to your MetaMask, you are done. Then what you do, you define how many owners do we need to approve transactions so it can manage our funds. In this case, we set 2. We need 2 owners to basically manage our funds. And we click next. We are improving our security, remember.
You go too fast.
Yeah. Ooh. You put the owners, you put the name.
I create the next one. And I already put 2 now. Okay.
Yeah, you put the threshold 2 because you are saying only if these 2 transactions agree, my funds can be managed. and then click next. It's going to show you all the definitions to review, and click next again. It's going to show your MetaMask to approve. And we just created our multi-sig wallet that is protected by owners. I just put it 2, but you should put at least 3. You should have one should be at least your MetaMask, another should be your hardware wallet, and another one should be another hardware wallet or another MetaMask wallet. But remember, above $10,000 in assets, I would say to use this. It's what I use, so it's what the founders of the Ethereum blockchain use, so it's safe to use. And then you go to this page. This page is basically for you to manage your assets. You can see the amounts of tokens that you have, the NFTs that you have. It's basically just MetaMask, but with higher security. You have a list here on assets of the assets that you have. For example, this is your address of this wallet. I'm going to copy the address of my multi-sig, and I'm going to send some Galamba tokens to this wallet.
But even to do like a login to register on another app, we should now use that address instead of the MetaMask, the normal MetaMask, or we continue to use the MetaMask and then we have a kind of a second authentication.
This is or you use this or you use MetaMask, but I will explain now how you do that.
Ainda só agora que eu vi a tua mensagem. Onde é que tu estás?
Pedro.
Onde?
Pedro, we can hear your call.
Okay.
Go.
Here, I'm going to send 1,000 tokens. And I'm going to
mas
send...
quem é que disse que a gente quer 1000 galambas?
Com já sabe Deus, desculpem.
I created
galamba, pá.
One for each Portuguese. And then we will load, and it's going to show up. Not yet. Should show up. Still is not showing up. All tokens. Yeah, it's showing up now. We send 1,000 tokens for our wallet.
Pedro, who has custody of this new Galamba wallet? Which
what? Sorry,
who has custody of this new wallet, of those new 1,000 Galamba? Is it
you are the custodian.
chain?
You own the assets that are here. It's basically a wallet with higher security.
Where it still is non-custodial.
It's still non-custodial. So you own these funds. You own these funds because you own the owners of the wallet. Basically,
so this is just a wallet which wraps it's a second layer of security on my own address.
On your address, because if you have just MetaMask, if a person hacks your computer, he can steal those funds. But if you have this wallet, and one of the owners is the MetaMask and another one is one that you have secured at your home, he cannot steal your funds.
Because it needs to be approved by two or more.
By 2 or more, depending what you do.
The number of the addresses that you put there.
And you can send then the funds to another person. And then you can also interact with apps.
The normal process.
But the problem is it's a complex way of interacting. I would say this as a storage. And then if you want to interact with the protocols, you use your MetaMask, which is easier to do.
We should have when we have wallet with more than 10,000 in money, in value, we should protect it like this. The others, the small amounts, should be kind of outside of this, so it's easier to interact with all the other apps.
Exactly. I'll give my experience. I use this to my main funds, to manage my main funds, And then I use MetaMask to interact with protocol. Imagine that I want to make the investment of $1,000. I transfer from my multi-sig to MetaMask, and then I interact.
Yeah,
imagine the website is an exploit. As an exploit, and your MetaMask is vulnerable because you interacted with that protocol. You simply just need to change the owner. Because your MetaMask is compromised, you change the owner of this wallet, but your funds are still secure because just one owner was hacked, not two owners. Basically, he's increasing the security.
Yeah.
So is this more safe than a hardware wallet, or
it's more safe than an hardware wallet because the hardware wallet is just one key, just like MetaMask. The one thing is that hardware wallet is not connected online, etc.
Offline.
Is offline, exactly. It's not, but well, if you put it on your computer and interact, it's online if you have network. But it's more secure hardware wallet. But I would characterize this. MetaMask is the less secure. Then you have the hardware wallets that are more secure. But these multi-sigs, if the owner is the hardware wallet. If the owner is a hardware wallet, one of the owners is a hardware wallet, it's much more secured. For example, Vitalik, which is the founder of Ethereum, he has 100,000 Ethereum saved on these multi-sigs. What is the problem? And of course, this is a risk that you should assess. You cannot send funds directly from this wallet to an exchange, okay? If you want to send funds to an exchange, first send to MetaMask, and then you send the funds from MetaMask to the exchange. Understood?
Yes, but why you cannot send it to the exchange?
Because this is not a normal wallet. It's a smart contract with higher security. The reason why you cannot send to exchange directly is because the exchange is expecting a normal transaction. This is not a normal transaction. This is a transaction from a smart contract. So you should send first to the MetaMask and then send to the exchange. But if you want to send to another person, if you have others, if it is not an exchange, if you want to send to another person that is a normal wallet, you can send to a normal person. Okay? I'm just warning this because I had some friends that locked around $70,000 of assets because they send directly from a multi-sig to an exchange. So this is just a warning for you to not commit this almost crime.
How to unlock? Once we make that mistake, how can you unlock the amount?
You need to contact the exchange and pay a fee for unlocking the value.
Okay.
They needed to pay almost $500, I think.
So this is not, at the end of the day, this is not a wallet. It's just kind of the address is kind of a shortcut to a wallet, but doesn't actually work as a transaction wallet.
It doesn't work as a wallet. If it is in the Bitcoin blockchain, it works as a wallet. Bitcoin has multi-sigs that work like a wallet.
Okay.
But here in Ethereum, you don't have multi-sig wallets yet. So you have to use this kind of smart contract. But this is the top in terms of safety.
What I'm still not clear is, okay, so I've put my wallet, my address wallet from MetaMask inside.
Yeah.
And now I need two owners, meaning, which I still don't know what that means. And I'll explain you why. Because let's give the example of the wallet that you have on the top, which is the 0xD4. Okay.
Yeah.
So if someone hacked your wallet, they're hacking also the money inside of the wallet.
Yes.
So
of this wallet. Yes.
Exactly. Of that wallet. So how does this one interact with what's going on the other wallet?
Because imagine that this one is hacked.
Yeah.
Right? But you still have access, right? It's hacked, but you still have access.
Okay,
right?
Correct.
What happens? When you want to do a transaction, let's consider that you want to send back the 1,000 Galam.
Okay.
but we are going to return back. You go here and you say, we want to return to our address, let's say 1000 Galamba again. And we are going to click next. What do? You sign the transaction. So you don't need funds in the wallet to basically do the transaction. Who needs to have funds? You sign, but who is going to approve the transaction? This was the wallet that was hacked, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to change to the other one that is also a owner. And it's going to appear here, the transaction, right?
Okay.
And you confirm also in this wallet. So you need to confirm 2 wallets to confirm the transaction. And this one is going to pay. This one is expected to not be hacked, right? And you confirm, I don't have funds, but if I confirm.
I understood.
But this is, again, this is the top layer that are
makes sense. Makes sense to be something like a safe. It's really a safe at the end of the day.
And then you can interact directly with the apps directly, because of course this is not a normal wallet, but if you want to still have the security, you can interact, for example, with this exchange that is 1 inch to trade a token. And for example, if you wanted to trade some assets, you will do and click swap, and just like in the normal wallet appears MetaMask, here it will appear a transaction that then you will need to approve on on the website. So I know that we are already past time, but if you want to leave, you can leave. This session is being recorded, so I'm going to show again the Uniswap and the process of the Uniswap of creating a pool. If you want to stay, you can stay. If you do not want to stay, you can go. But now we created an asset. We created the high security for our assets, for our platform, for our security to manage our assets. But our token has not a price yet. We created Galamba, but Galamba is not tradable in the market. So what we are going to do, we are going to, again, create a liquidity pool in order to make him tradable. So what appears here is, I'm going to add here the others, but I'm going to ask to someone to send me some of their tokens to me. I'll put these others here. If more than 1 people want to do that, you can do that.
Okay, just send me your address. Just put it in the.
I think I sent to here. Okay.
Let's see how this goes.
And then I'm going to copy here.
Done.
Okay. I also need you to send me the token address of the token.
Yes, you're right. You're right. 1 second. So that's the token.
Your appears. So I'm going to give liquidity with this one. So I'm going to create this pair. BNB. What I'm doing is setting the pool. I already explained this in the other class, not much in this.
O mínimo deve ser. Espera aí que aconteceu ali qualquer coisa. Deve ter exato. Qualquer coisa. Ah, ok, já está.
I'm going to approve the token to be traded.
Now you're going to have to approve with two, because you already have that one.
We are going, what? We are going to,
The approval, you need the second address now, because you already had it on the, okay, no.
the BNB does not need approval.
Okay.
If it was another token, yes, you need to approve both tokens.
But where is your address? Because I would like to send mine to you too. I can see
Pedro's address. It's on the meeting, on the Zoom meeting.
but I was checking.
Estás a ficar sem dinheiro, Pedro.
Eu ia trocar.
Pedro is running out of money.
I was going to change it. Works. Okay, I just had liquidity in non-token, which is going to be approved in the next 3 seconds. So we just had liquidity here.
Okay. And if I go to Uniswap, can I see that?
Yeah, if you go to Uniswap, you can trade your token.
Now, pools. Let me connect the wallet.
The reason why I want another person to send me some tokens, it's because I want you to be able to and trade between yourselves.
I've sent you, I think.
Yeah, I need you to put the address of the token also, of your token.
Where is it? Confirm, not just miss. How can I see it? It's pending. Now I send it to you. What do you need to know?
The token address. You go here. Tokens.
Yeah.
Pick your token. And then information, token details. It's this one.
But the one I sent to you?
No, yes, the one I send me this.
I have already sent.
Yeah, but send me the token address so I can add some liquidity.
Okay. Where is the token address? Where? Sorry. I'm feeling so ignorant. How can I see? I probably is this one too. Copy. So what I sent to you is one that say two. Oh, yeah, this is the address.
Here, shows you.
Yeah, it's a 2, but I don't have in that way. Well, I'm going to share with you in Zoom, okay?
Okay. Yes.
What I have. I think it's this. Can you see?
Not yet.
But I wrote here in chat.
Are you ready?
Did you receive it?
Oh, you shared the, okay. I thought you were going to share the screen. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I can share the screen. The screen.
No. I'll share again my screen. So it's just converting some BNB to continue.
So I also sent you some BNB, but I didn't understand what is the address you want me to share. The one asked for about.
I'll show again. Share the screen. Multiple things happening at the same time. Sorry. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can. I can.
You send me tokens, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and it shows here, right?
Well, I sent you BNB. I don't know if it's, yes. I don't. Let me check.
So did
Under
I.
what? Are you in tokens or in under tokens? I'll check one moment. So you want the address that received the tokens or the address that sent the token?
The token address. You have here your token, yeah, right? You add it, right? Here, not on the MetaMask, right?
My token.
Your token.
Yes, KQC.
Yes. Okay, click on that, and it's going to show something like this, right? Click on the 3 points and token data, token details. It's going to show this. Send me these others. Send me these others.
Okay, but first I need to send those tokens to you, correct?
Exactly. You need to send
the KQC, not the BNB, like
not the
new
BNB.
token.
No, yeah.
The new one we created.
Okay. Now I'm going to take someone that sent me tokens.
Yeah, but I think that I sent to Pedro Ferreira and not for you. That's the reason why. Yeah. Even can buy a coffee.
Exactly.
Yes, I sent to Pedro Ferreira. Fantastic.
And I'm going to add liquidity with none. Fine. Is this a correct address?
Sorry?
Did you send the correct address of your token?
No, I sent to Pedro Ferreira. I did a mistake. I need yours because I couldn't find yours, so I did that mistake. Can you just write it here? So I try again.
But if you send it to Pedro Freire, it's correct. It's me.
Yeah, it's true. I was thinking about the others. So yeah, so it's true. So it's correct what I did.
But
I'm very confused now.
Yeah, I can try again.
no, but you copied my address.
Yes, I did it.
In the chat.
Yeah.
I want you to do this. Go to MetaMask.
Sorry, just a minute because yes, I'm MetaMask.
You took it shows your token, right? That you created.
No, I didn't. Now yes.
No or yes?
Now yes. Yeah.
Okay, click on the token.
I have already done it.
It shows like this, right?
Yeah, but I already now I already press enviar or send.
No, go back. I just want these token details, this part.
Okay, okay. That's where I am at this moment.
Here. Token details. And copy these and send me.
I don't have that. I don't know why.
You don't have these 3 points?
No. I can show, but no, I don't have. No, I don't have the address. So that's the reason why I couldn't send you the right information. No, I don't have that. And I don't know why. I can explain you that.
You have this link to the token?
Yes, and I also copied that. Where did I put
But
it?
don't copy that and send me in the chat.
Just let me think. Where is it? It's too
I'm
much.
going to use Temitop.
I copied that. Where did I put that?
Yeah, I sent you some of mine too.
Okay, good. Okay, I already have Mafti coin.
I can't remember.
I'm going to give liquidity with no coin.
No, I don't know.
Mafti, nice.
I've already had that.
I need to put a small price.
I don't know. It's my contract. Okay, now I have it.
Send it to me. Okay. We're going to add liquidity to Mono and Mafti.
Yes.
So what is going to happen now is that if you go to change, to swap,
Okay.
you can trade Mafti
Yeah.
for Nuno.
Okay.
And you can exchange. So basically you are changing assets. In this case, your assets that you created.
Okay.
If anyone has already another
Now I'm sent you again. Now you want my address, is that?
the address of the token. The
Okay.
1 year, which appears here, right?
Yeah.
Copy
Here
this.
it is. Okay. already. So
Okay.
it's the one I sent you or not?
You are sending my address.
Now? Okay, okay. So, and now compile. Why? No, not correct. Yeah. Here it is.
Okay. And I go to Uniswap. And I'm going
I
to.
also just sent you the address.
Okay, okay. I will create with both of you.
Yeah, but I think that I might send you twice,
No
if I'm
problem.
correct.
In fact, you didn't send me tokens.
No?
Yes, because I don't have the gas fees
Both of you did not send me
tokens.
tokens.
No.
No.
So what did I send to you? Money?
I sent you BNB by mistake. That's maybe why. And I don't have gas fees anymore.
I will send you back then.
So did I. But I chose tokens. Why is it wrong? What did I don't know.
Let me see what you did wrong. You can use the Explorer basically to understand all the transactions. We are going to see the transparency. Basically, I'm going to search your token. You created your token, and I'm saying that you created with these others. These others is your others. And you send tokens
To you.
to me, but it's only arrived down.
Twice. Yeah.
It's only arrived down. Strange.
So it is correct, isn't it? I sent you tokens.
Yeah, but it's not showing up. I don't know. I know we should not have created Galamba tokens.
Yeah. I think that Galamat removed it before it arrived to you. I'm sorry. He's in the middle.
It's very strange, in fact.
Yeah, I have.
Guys, I have to go. Okay. See
Okay.
you tomorrow.
Okay, see you tomorrow. Bye.
Bye. Bye.
We will wrap up in the next
Bye.
5 minutes too.
And let me know when you send back BNB for the gas fee, please.
Yeah, I will send you right now. And then I will search the problem with this. Yeah, the main purpose was this: create the wallets and exchange tokens.
Okay.
Maybe you can elaborate on what you did to enable this on Uniswap. So first we created each one our own token.
Yeah.
And then what happened?
First, we created our own token, right? Which is our asset. Basically, it's in your peer pools. Basically, what we are doing is pairing our token with BNB, which is the asset high liquid asset, basically. So this high liquid asset is what is giving value to our token, because BNB has a price that is $200. By giving liquidity with BNB that is worth $200, or if we give liquidity with USDT, USDC, with dollar, we are giving value to our token. In this case, what we said is that for each 49 50 tokens, we are valuing 0.00 on BNB, which means that each token, it's going to be a division of this. So basically, we are saying that for each BNB, you can buy 66,000 tokens of Noon in this case. So basically, we are setting the price of our asset on Uniswap, and people, now that we set our price, can now buy our token in the market. If I wanted to buy Noon, I could just go here and say, in this case, I want to buy with USDC, $100. I'll go here, and this will give me a price to buy Noon. There is not enough liquidity because we give very low liquidity, but if we put like this, it will appear that with 8 cents we can buy 20 tokens, basically. So we are giving liquidity in order for people to be able to trade. And as I said in the DeFi session, as more liquidity you had to the pair, the better. Because if you have low liquidity, as you saw, with $100, you could not make a trade. If I wanted to buy $100 of, in this case, 5 BNB, if I wanted to trade at $1,000, I could not. If I wanted to trade $100, I couldn't, because there is no liquidity sufficient to satisfy the trade. But if, as I gave liquidity, I think it was $3, it allows me to trade 1 cent, it allows me to trade 2 cents, and that's okay. That is why we need higher liquidity in order to satisfy traders that want to buy and to sell. So if we wanted the Nunu token to be successful, what we needed to do was adding more liquidity. The reason why I gave this liquidity in Nunu MAFT is because I also wanted MAFT to be traded by BNB, which means that if I want to trade MAFT for BNB, what happens in the background in the code is MAFT is going to be traded by Nunu, Nunu is going to be traded by BNB. And therefore, if I go here and I want to trade MAFT, the MAFT token, I can do it too. I can do it too, even though there's very low liquidity. It's not showing, but I can do it too because Nunu is tradable with BNB and MAFT is tradable with Nunu, which means that there is liquidities that MAFT can be traded in the market. That is the principle that we did, and what I wanted you to show you is that the principles. First, you create a wallet, just so you can interact with all these platforms. Then you create the multi-sig, that is basically a wallet with higher security if you have higher than $10,000 in assets. Because if one of the wallets is exploited, you have the other one that is protecting and your funds are safe. And you can change the owner of your wallet in order to, if your wallet was hacked, to change it to another one that was not hacked. And then with your assets, the next step is we want to value our assets. So we pair them with the high liquidity with the high liquid assets such as BNB, such as BTC, such as Ethereum, etc., in order to give value to our asset that is illiquid. Is it liquid? Because the only liquidity that exists is the one that we define here. And unless we have we are listed on a centralized exchange to be traded and to have limit orders, those graphic red and green saying the buy and sell orders, we define the decentralized way to do this, because if you wanted to be in a centralized exchange, you need to pay $70,000, $100,000 in liquidity and listing fees. Here, anyone can create, as you saw, and I was explaining you, but if an experienced person, a little bit more experienced and alone, could create an asset, open liquidity, all these in less than 30 minutes. And this is the revolution that DeFi allows and the DAOs allows, because anyone can trade value. Basically, if you wanted to create now an asset, you could give liquidity and say, people, I have this asset that I want to sell, and people would come here, pass the address of your token here, and could buy your token in the market. And of course, you will be selling tokens, because they buying your token with a high liquid asset would make that the pool of BNB in this pool, it will increase. And then after you selling your asset, if you were only interested in selling the asset, you could remove liquidity. But as people were buying the token, basically your BNB will go up, go up, go up, go up, and the number of tokens that you are saying will go down. So when you remove liquidity in the future, the amount of BNB that you will have, it will be a lot more. For example, 3 BNB, 4 BNB, 10 BNB, depending on the price that you are selling. And all this liquidity is represented by an NFT that basically shows that you own the pool Nuno BNB token in this case, or your asset. But I think the theoretical explanations of this practice is that I don't know if I was able to explain it correctly.
Thank you. Yes, I think it's very reflective of how easy it is now to transfer those tokens in value. What is not clear to me, and I don't know if now is the right time to discuss it, is how will the price action happen on this?
I can go that. I can show you.
So let's say the Nuno decides to put 10 Nuno tokens for 10,000 BNB. So this means he's giving a lot of value for each Nuno token, correct?
10,000 tokens on Nuno for 10 BNB, right? Is what
okay, we can do that. Let's do that. Yeah, 10,000.
Let's put it on the screen so it's easier to identify. Here, I cannot do that, but let me see if I can create a board.
Basically, what you did is you created a pool. Is that correct?
I created liquidity for people to be traded. So basically, what you had was this in the beginning: 10,000, 10K Nuno, right?
Yeah.
And 10 BNB.
Yeah.
Let's call it B for simplification. So what you are defining, it's that for each BNB, it's 1,000 tokens, which means that 0.0, the price of one token, it will be 0.0 BNB.
0.01.
Exactly, 0.001, right?
Yeah.
So that if the price of BNB is $200, $20, $2, that means that each token of Nuno, it's worth 20 cents, right?
Mm-hmm.
What you are giving, imagine that a buyer, imagine that this is our pool.
I think it would be 2 cents, not 20. At $20 per BNB.
222. I think it's to 20 cents.
What is the price of BNB?
BNB is $200. So
okay, yeah,
$20, $2, 20 cents. So basically, each token, one Nuno, is equal to 20 cents because 0.0 BNB is equal to 20 cents. So imagine that a buyer wants to buy Nuno tokens because you are the project that set the pool, right? You were the project were the ones that put the initial liquidity in the pool, right? 10K Nuno and 10 BNB, right? And you have an investor. Let's consider this face is the investor, and he wants to spend 1 BNB. He wants to spend 1 BNB buying Nuno tokens because he believes that the Nuno tokens are worth. That means that if the price is this, that means that we are going to send them 1,000 Nuno tokens, right?
Yeah.
So what is left in the pool? Now the pool
9,011.
It's left 9,000 and it's with 11 BNB.
Yeah.
So what happened to the price? The price increased, is no longer 0.2. Now is 0.22 or something like that, right? So the price increased because a buyer went. But imagine that this phase wanted to sell the tokens because it does not believe in the project anymore. He sends the tokens to the pool, and you have again 10K and 10 BNB. You return to the same position, and you have again the price of Nunu token at 20 cents. Imagine why liquidity is important, and why giving initial liquidity is important, and why I say it so many times that liquidity is important. Because imagine that someone wanted to buy 10 BNB of Nunu tokens. If you wanted to buy 10 BNB of tokens, they will have a high price impact. Why? Because they will have an impact of 50%, or a price impact of 50%. And why is that? Because let me clean all this for a better explanation. You have the price here at 50 cents, at 20 cents. But you are going to make a trade of 10 BNB, which is basically half of the pool. So what you are going to have, it's now 20 BNB and 5,000 tokens of Nunu. This means that the price of the token, it will be now for 40 cents, right?
Yeah.
0.4 cents, which means that the buyer that sent the price here, that sent the price 20 cents higher, what happened? The average price of him is going to be 0.3. His average price, the person that bought 10 BNB. If you had an initial pool of 100 BNB, and you also with 10K, let's consider 10K. If you wanted to buy 10 BNB, the pool after the trade will be 110, and the number of tokens will be 5,000, right? That means that the average price will be lower. In this case, the price of Nunu tokens will be 2 cents, but instead of the price going to 0.4 cents, the price would only go up 20% to 0. I think I don't have a calculator, but the price will only go up to 0.24, which is a better price than paying 50% more, because 0.3 is 50% more. While if you had 110 BNB, that in the price went only to 0.024, that means a 20% price increase, right? Just 20% instead of 50%. That is why liquidity is so important, because if you have low liquidity, the buyers will be impacted. And now imagine, he bought at 0.2 with the average price of 0.3, but the market thinks that the price is too high and is going to sell, and the price adjusts. If you know demand and surge, the price will going to adjust to 0.3, right? Yep. Because the market thinks that it's a reasonable price. That means that he is not profiting already from the movimentation, and he is going to need a lot of buys to compensate, because if it goes to 0.3 and he decides to sell, the average price it's going to be lower than 0.2. Why? Because again, as he has a lot of liquidity and the pool does not have a lot of liquidity, when he's going to sell, it's going to go down the 0.2 value. I think, I don't know if I was able to explain correctly all this.
Yeah, absolutely. And all of this pool liquidity is the equivalent of an NFT that you mentioned, that is owned by the person who created.
The whole pool is represented by multiple NFTs. Each person, each individual. Imagine that you have this pool and you have these two individuals, and both of them represent 50%. This one has one NFT. This one is another NFT, but this NFT represents 50%. of the pool. And this NFT represents 50% of the pool.
Okay.
And then you have the future of Uniswap. We see it here that you can make the trades. What is the future? And what I like to call the future, and I mentioned this a lot, is that this liquidity that is in the pool, this liquidity, it's stopped, right? It's in the pool. It's not being put to use, right? You had the BNB that is stopped, but there is some platforms that pay you for that BNB. So what Uniswap allowed is that while this BNB is not being used for trades, you can deposit that on a platform. Yeah, and that platform is a lending protocol that I talked in the DeFi session, where you can basically earn a yield of 3%. So basically in the liquidity pool, you are earning 0.3% of every trade. If you have 1 million in volume, you are winning 0.2%. But at the same time, you are winning 3% a year from lending platforms, which makes that you are 3% more 0.2% of every trade. This percentage is not the same as this one, so you cannot add up. But basically, you are leveraging your positions in terms of the market, and you can win more money with that.
Great. Okay.
And I have to stop. I need to will crash my head for taking so much time in the class.
On the contrary, very
Thank you
interesting.
so much. Yes,
you.
it is. It is. Thank you so much.
This is being recorded, so if you have, if you can receive all these and understand this better. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask in the chat. Or if you have now more questions, feel free to ask, and I will be happily explaining it to you, everything.
Thank you very much, Pedro.
No problem.
Thank you, Pedro. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, see you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, bye-bye. Have a good night.
Good night.